All Angelenos can get involved, from the very young to the very old, to make sure that you are prepared. And also it's an opportunity to think about older family members, younger family members, and if you have pets, to make sure they're prepared as well.
Here you already kind of know what the incident is.
So you have to be a cheerleader for emergency preparedness. Once you're prepared, go out and knock on your neighbor's door and ask them, are they prepared? Because guess what, when we have a really big event here, such as a catastrophic earthquake, it's very likely that our neighbors will be our first responders rather than police and fire. LA is a huge place, so knowing your neighbor, knowing what resources your neighbor may have, or if there's an elderly family member in their homes, or small children, or even pets, it's just knowing who your neighbors are and what their needs may be and how you all can work together. The city's emergency management department has a fabulous program called Ready Your LA Neighborhood, and we train you at no cost on how neighborhoods can be prepared to help each other when a disaster strikes.
For the first time ever, we're celebrating the return and the installation of the Olympic and Paralympic flags at City Hall. Athletes representing the U.S. helped the city mark the occasion and start the ball rolling on hosting the 2028 Games.
Good morning, everyone. What a day in LA! To all of our Olympic and Paralympic athletes today, we celebrate you and your commitment to greatness, to courage, and to representing the United States with honor.
We are here at City Hall. We are so excited. Today was the installation of the Olympic and Paralympic flags here at City Hall. We're out here with Team USA, LA 84, our elected officials, LA 28. We are so stoked that the future of the Olympics now lies in our hands.
I am one of the members of the Olympics Committee, and I'm excited that in my district we will be hosting the skateboarding competitions, the BMX, as well as the archery. And we're just getting ready to, make sure that it's done right and that we use this as an opportunity to feature different parts of our district.
I'm Cheryl Miller, 1984 Olympic gold medalist, women's basketball. I think it's a big deal for Angelenos, period. The fact that we have an opportunity for everyone to contribute, from all aspects of our society, from all neighborhoods differing and whatnot. It's a great way to bring everyone together.
As we are ready to finally get the party started, because the Olympics are around the corner.
The biggest advice I can give for the future Olympians, have fun and represent.
Los Angeles City Sanitation and Environment, LA-SAN, invites Angelenos to learn more about the benefits of home composting and gardening. According to LA-SAN, home composting reduces waste, builds healthier soil, conserves water, and helps to improve plant growth in your garden. The workshops are taught by a team of rotating LA-SAN green waste specialists, and they teach how to turn kitchen scraps and yard trimmings into nutrient-rich soil. Workshops are held at locations around the city and offer free mulch and compost to attendees while supplies last. LA-SAN workshops are free to attend, however, registration is required. For more information, go to the Education and Sustainability tab at lacitysan.org. The Los Angeles Public Library is celebrating Banned Books Week from September 22nd to the 28th. Since 1982, Banned Books Week has brought together book authors, educators, publishers, and readers in shared support of the freedom to seek and express ideas. According to the American Library Association, there were 1,247 demands to censor library books and resources in 2023, one of the highest numbers in 20 years of collecting data. LA Public Library is featuring books that have been targeted for removal or restriction under the 2024 theme, Freed Between the Lines. Throughout 2024, LA Public Library is making a selection of the most challenged books available to anyone in the United States ages 13 and up. For more information, visit lapl.org/ban. Los Angeles World Airports, LAWA, is set to receive federal funds from the U.S. Department of Transportation to improve its airports at LA and Van Nuys. Under the Airport Improvement Program, Los Angeles International Airport, LAX, will secure $39 million, while Van Nuys will get over $18 million. At LAX, funds will be used to insulate 400 homes affected by noise and to buy zero-emission battery electric buses. At Van Nuys, the grants will be used to reconstruct a taxiway and implement the airport's decarbonization. To find out more about the work of LAX and Van Nuys airports, visit lawa.org.
The Los Angeles Police Department's mission to protect and serve is highlighted at the Los Angeles Police Foundation's annual awards ceremony. LAPD members who went above and beyond were honored for their especially brave actions in the line of duty.
We're at the Bonaventure Hotel today, and we're here to celebrate the Above and Beyond ceremony. It really highlights our officers and their selfless sacrifice, their bravery and their courage. We issued these officers the Purple Heart, the Medal of Valor, as well as the Preservation of Life medals. And it's really to show the world what they do every day and highlight the good things that happen, because we hear so much negative things.
I grew up in Los Angeles, and for 15 years now I've been patrolling the same area where I grew up. My partner and I are receiving the Medal of Valor. He's also receiving the Purple Heart. Sometimes we're faced with difficult situations at work where you might, pay the ultimate sacrifice.
You will hear the stories that tell the narrative of a world-class police department whose men and women exhibited tremendous bravery protecting the people of Los Angeles. I'm hosting the luncheon for the Above and Beyond Foundation. What an opportunity for me to be able to thank these people for their service and keeping us safe and keeping us free and allowing us to do what we do every day. We couldn't do it without them, and people should honor them and respect them, and that's what this luncheon's all about.
I highly recommend LAPD to young men and women. It's a great career. It's something you can always give back to community.
These events really show what a true police officer is, the sacrifices they have, the things that their families go through so they can do their job and keep the community safe.
In a relay race, the athletes pass the baton. So it's fitting that for a poetry relay, the performers pass the microphone. And passing this mic from Paris all the way to the city of LA, that's just part of the creativity that was on display at this show.
Mais ça prend d'abord l'estomac de tomber amoureuse. Admettons, de cultiver l'amour avant qu'elle ne sente la javel à force qu'on la nettoie de partout.
To represent our country, our hometown, our hood, our family, the time has arrived. Both too quick and too long.
Today is Catch the Mic, Paris to LA. It is a fantastic poetry relay that is happening here in the City of Angels at the Los Angeles Public Library, the Central Library, here in the heart of downtown LA.
We have artists that have been commissioned to participate in Paris, and at midnight in Paris, that marathon will conclude, and we're going to be catching the microphone here in Los Angeles.
1, 2, 3.
I'm the president of the board for Beyond Baroque Literary Arts Association, so I get to be here to be the mistress of ceremony, the MC today, and also I am a poet with a poem in the entire pantheon of poetry of our 30 Los Angeles poets that were chosen. So I'm incredibly excited to be here.
Los Angeles.
Angeles, the home of the three-peat. We triple threat, we triple jump, we triple axle spin every narrative. And when they say we're showing out, we tell them they ain't seen nothing yet. Get set.
It's an amazing event. So many poets, first of all, across the LA metro area and now across the world, all the way to Paris. We have poets everywhere sharing and showing what we do here in Los Angeles. That is amazing.
I love the feeling that anything that we do as poetry can also be something that contributes to society. It's civic art. And that's one of the reasons that I'm here, is because I believe in the utilitarianness of language. There is a reason that we are speaking and that we are writing and that we are performing our work. It's because we want to connect to another person.
Today couldn't have happened without the partnerships of so many. So we're so grateful to our partners at the Los Angeles Public Library for their support today, for Beyond Baroque, for their partnership on being able to produce this event. For all of our poets, we are so grateful that you're willing to be here and participate and tell this story of Los Angeles. And to the Department of Cultural Affairs staff, thank you. Just again, we're so, so grateful for this really exciting moment to showcase Los Angeles.
Coming up on the calendar is the anniversary of LA for All. LA Civil Rights Department shares plans for the annual event that celebrates the diversity and inclusion of all in the city. This year is all about lighting up the city in every way.
LA for All is important for many reasons, but most of all, we want to send a message to all those inside of our city limits and our surrounding communities that we welcome everyone, which is why we have it in 21 languages, from Korean, Spanish, Chinese, to send a strong message that we are here for you. LA for All has been successful because of the residents of the city of Los Angeles. Many people have contacted our office for posters. They put them in businesses, in schools, and houses of worship, and they really spread the word about this campaign. Wearing our t-shirts, coming to events, putting it on our sanitation vehicles, wrecking parks, and even LAX for making sure every time you come in or out of our is for everyone. From September 27th to the 29th, we will have a number of locations lit up in the LA for Everyone colors. We're talking US Bank Tower, City Hall, and even LAX pylons. We want people to reach out to us at laisforeveryone.com and contact us to get a poster sent to them. And if they already have posters or t-shirts or signs or banners, please take a picture of it and send it to us between the 27th and 29th of September. You can tag us at LA Civil Rights and include hashtag LA for All Challenge.
In this week's feature story, El Grito, the Cry of Dolores, which heralded the fight for Mexican independence, is celebrated each year at City Hall. Leading the ceremony is this year's Padrino, Councilmember Hugo Soto Martinez, who also rings in Latino Heritage Month.
Ay, ay, ay. Y hoy me tocó en la ciudad de todos, la ciudad de Los Ángeles, California.
So today we are here in front of City Hall celebrating El Grito, otherwise known as Mexican Independence Day. Every year we rotate, who the godfather is going to be of the event. So this year it was me, and so I was very happy to give it sort of my flavor, a little bit of my history. That's why this year's theme is called La Fiesta del Pueblo, or otherwise known as the People's Party, because we wanted to really uplift the working people, the street vendors, the unions that represent workers, and make the city what it is.
We are celebrating independence of Mexico, which we traditionally celebrate on September 15, and it's a way now to celebrate our Mexicanidad, our nationality, our identity, our culture.
Tonight is a very special occasion, a tradition that has been in Los Angeles for decades.
Mexicans are the largest diaspora here in Los Angeles outside of Mexico City. And so it's a really important and significant event to be celebrating each and every year for members of our community that are part of what makes Los Angeles rock.
We have mariachi, we have Mexican music right now, we have a lot of people wearing super cool outfits, and then it's all about the tradition, Mexican tradition, the culture.
We're also celebrating Guatemalan culture, El Salvador, Peru, all these Latin American countries that typically do have their Independence Day celebrations in this month of September. We're really excited to be here today to celebrate all cultures. We know we're a melting pot in the city of LA, and so excited to be here specifically with street vendors who are catering this event for the first time.
This is like a grito to tell everyone, like, welcome, we are family, we are ones, and we gotta connect to each other again. Especially after 2020 with the COVID, most of us that we are out here, we are family business owners. So I really appreciate the opportunity that they give us. For all the working people who come from out of the country that come to this country for a dream. And we all just came and work our tail off to make it happen. And this is a great opportunity for us to get exposure, to be known, and to grow.
My favorite thing, hey man, this is the opportunity that we get to celebrate the raza. And it's not just being Mexican, it's not just being Puerto Rico, Cubanos, but being Latinos. It's about all coming together and knowing that, hey, this is the working class, and being able to celebrate the people that build America. That's what I like to see. It's 2024, El Grito right here in Los Angeles, California.
Este día es importante para todos los mexicanos y más para los que están aquí en Estados Unidos y no pueden pasar hacia México. Hay mucho indocumentado, mucha persona ilegal que están viviendo aquí. Entonces es muy importante que les festejen en el país que estén. Entonces aquí lo festejan y pues viva México.
Coming from the Department of Cultural Affairs, it is so exciting to see the city come together to really lift up our population and lift up our communities, to tell our stories, and to be able to help fight for our independence.
Embrace tradition, follow the traditions, the Mexican tradition, and just like have fun. And wherever you go, don't forget where you came from.
I think they'll understand that no matter what hatred is being spun out there, that we're a pretty tight-knit community and that we're beautiful and that we're worth being here, right? And so I hope that folks continue to learn and open their minds to all these different communities that surround us here today.
I hope that they understand their culture, their history, that they feel proud of what they come from. You can be an honest and loyal citizen of this country and at the same time feel proud of your homeland and the country that your ancestors come from.
¡Viva México!
¡Viva!
¡Viva México!
¡Viva!
¡Viva México!
¡Viva!
It's the annual Tom LaBonge Day of Service, and everyone is invited to join the city in celebrating the man who was known as Mr. LA. Former council member Tom LaBonge was dedicated to civil service, and he is honored with this annual Day of Service. Join community members for a cleanup taking place along Western Avenue around Pico Boulevard. Bring your reusable water bottle, wear comfortable clothing, and don't forget to register for this community event. Meet at the offices of Council District 10 on Western Avenue for the Tom LaBonge Day of Service, taking place on Saturday, September 28th at 8:30 a.m. For more information, see the calendar at civilandhumanrights.lacity.gov. Join LA's Public Library for the 6th Annual Los Angeles Libros Festival on Saturday, September 28th. The festival is a full day of entertainment featuring Spanish language and bilingual storytelling with 11 countries represented. Join Libros host, Los Angeles writer and journalist Gustavo Arellano at the Central Library for all the festivities. Enjoy musical performances, art, workshops, author readings, and read-alouds. There are 30 events in all, featuring 22 authors and illustrators. It's fun for all the family at the Los Angeles Libros Festival, taking place on Saturday, September 28th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. For more information, visit lapl.org/Libros. The City of Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs and the Friends of Watts Towers Art Center present a musical weekend on September 28th and 29th, with 2 day-long festivals taking place at the world-famous Watts Towers. On Saturday, September 28th, it's the 42nd Annual Watts Towers Day of the Drum Festival, featuring percussive beats from all over the world. Enjoy performances featuring the drums of Africa, Brazil, Japan, and Peru. On Sunday, September 29th, it's the 47th Annual Simon Rodia Watts Towers Jazz Festival, with live music in every style from R&B and West Coast hip-hop to jungle jazz and everything in between. There will be children's activities each day at the Charles Mingus Youth Arts Center and a food court available at the Watts Towers Amphitheater. Enjoy the 42nd Annual Watts Towers Day of the Drum Festival on September 28th and the 47th Annual Simon Rodia Watts Towers Jazz Festival on Sunday, September 29th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. For more information, visit wattstowers.org/events. And that's a look at some things to do.
And that's all for this week. I'm Natalia Bilbao, and from all of us here at LA This Week, thank you so much for joining us. Remember that you can watch us online anytime at lacityview.org, and we're also on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
Good morning and welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of your Los Angeles City Council. Today is Wednesday, the 25th day of September in the year 2024. I'm Marquis Harris Dawson, President of the City Council. Public comment will be taken today both in person and in the council chamber, as well as through teleconference. Mr. Clerk, can we begin by calling the roll?
Blumenfield, De Leon, Harris Dawson, Hernandez, Hutt, Krikorian, Lee, McOsker, Padilla, Park, Price, Rahman, Rodriguez, Soto, Martinez, Yaroslavsky. 13 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
All right, what's next?
Approval of the minutes of September 24th, 2024.
Councilmember Rahman moves, Councilmember Price seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Councilmember Lee moves, Councilmember Hutt seconds. Next.
Mr.
You can run through the agenda?
Yes. Items 1 through 14 are items noticed for public hearing. The Los Angeles Department of Building and Safety recommends to confirm the liens for items 1 and 3 through 14. The department also recommends to receive and file the lien for item 2 inasmuch the lien has been paid. Items 15 through 20 are items for which public hearings have been held. Items 21 through 40 are items for which public hearings have not been held. Item 41 is a closed session item considered by the Budget, Finance, and Innovation Committee. And items 42 and 43 are closed session items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
All right, without objections, those items are now before us. Members, are there any specials? Specials, members, Mr. Price.
President, out of an abundance of caution, I'm recusing myself from item 17 due to my wife's employer's involvement on one of the projects in the past.
All right. Item number 17, Mr. Price recuses. Any other specials? On my left, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call item number 21 special for comments.
All right, item 21 special for comments. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Want to request item 19 receive and file.
Item 19, receive and file. Thank you for that. Without objection, that'll be the order. Any other specials? All right. What's next? Do we have items that we can vote on now, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, the council may now vote on items 15, 16, 18, and 20.
All right, those items are now before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, those items are approved.
Mr. President, would you like to take up item 19 to receive and file?
Yes. So that item is before us to receive and file item 19. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right. What's next?
Mr. President, for item 17, we could take that up if Councilmember Price is going to recuse himself.
All right. Let's do that. All right, Mr. Price has recused. Let's take up item 17. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right. So now we'll go to presentations. We have an extremely special presentation today that'll be led by Councilmember McOsker of the 15th District. We're very overjoyed and honored to host the leader of the Republic of Croatia, who is with us today in our own John Farrell Los Angeles City Council chambers. Mr. McOsker.
Dobro. Dobo jutro. Good morning, everyone. It is really an honor for all of us here in the city of Los Angeles and these council chambers to be here with the Republic of Croatia Prime Minister Andrej Plenković. The Prime Minister is here in our chambers, any Prime Minister for the Republic of Croatia for the first time. And it is such an honor for us as a city, but I will say, as you always know, I will say for my district, which is home to so many Croatian Americans, It is really, really a great honor to be here with the Prime Minister and to be with our Consul General, Rene Pea, who's also here as well. You have heard in past presentations when we've honored Cultural Heritage Month for Croatia how important it is and how we have such a great history of Croatian Americans in our district, and it is quite true. But it is really, really humbling and honoring that the Prime Minister would come to Los Angeles to be with us. He has a series of events over a few days, and we're so appreciative that he carved out some time to speak with us today. I will also say I want to give a shout out to the U.S. Ambassador appointed by President Biden to the Republic of Croatia, Natalie Reyes, who is an Angelino and who worked in these chambers and has been really instrumental in deepening and strengthening the ties that the United States has with Croatia, and very importantly to us, deepening the ties that Los Angeles has to Croatia. I want to tell you a little bit about Prime Minister Plenković. From 2002 to 2005, the Prime Minister served then as a Deputy Chief of the Croatian Mission for the European Union in Brussels. He was in charge of the coordination of political activities of the mission, and he worked on networking with the officials of the European Commission, the Council, the Parliament, and other permanent representations of the various member states. He worked on the Croatian application for membership in the European Union in 2002 and 2003, working tirelessly on the status of the country candidate in 2004 and for the opening of the accession negotiations in 2005. Really important moment for the Republic of Croatia. Prime Minister Plenković was confirmed as the 12th Prime Minister of Croatia, along with his cabinet of 20 ministers. On October 19th, 2016, he has led the Croatian Democratic Union, the HDZ, as a member of the European People's Party, and since 17 July 2016. Under his leadership, the HDZ achieved 3 successive electoral victories in 2016, 2020, and 2024. Prime Minister Plenković is the first and only Croatian Prime Minister to have won a 3rd term. When he was reelected this year, the Prime Minister outlined the 5 pillars of the Croatian government platform, which will serve its people: a successful, a vibrant, a just, a sustainable, and a sovereign Croatia. All values that we, of course, strive for here. So, colleagues, it is really my honor and my pleasure to introduce to these chambers and to you Prime Minister Andrej Plenković.
Honorable Chair of the Council of the City of Los Angeles, Mr. Harris Dawson, honorable councilors, Honorable Councilor McOsker, thank you very much for this introduction, and I thank you indeed for the opportunity to meet you and greet you. On behalf of the Croatian government, during my visit to California, during my visit to Los Angeles, a sister city of the 2nd largest city in Croatia, that is the city of Split, and I send you warm regards from the citizens of Split and the entire Croatia, and of course, a great pleasure to be here with you. Croatia is a young country, independent only for 32 years. In those 32 years of international recognition, we have adhered to all the international organizations with the support of the United States. You recognized us back in April 1992, and since then we have been forging a friendship, partnership, and alliance, especially demonstrated through our membership in NATO for the last 15 years. In the course of my 2nd mandate as a Prime Minister, we have joined deeper integration at the level of the European Union. We are now members of the Eurozone, of the Schengen area, of the European Stability Mechanism, and about to join the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in the early 2026, where the United States is also a member. We are very pleased that after 30 years, we have managed to ensure that Croatia has a visa-free travel regime with the United States. We are one of the first European countries to be included in the global entry program of the United States. And we are particularly proud that the major links between the United States and my homeland are actually made by the Croatian Americans, who are represented the most in LA in the area of San Pedro, where they have been for more than a century in different waves of emigration of my compatriots. Almost there is no Croatian family that does not have someone who has been at the soil of the United States. I would like to thank our ambassador, Mr. Šimonović, who is here with me from Washington, and also our Consul General, René Pea, who has been working hard with you and all the other stakeholders in Los Angeles and California to improve the relationship between Croatia and the United States. We are using this opportunity to present Croatia to your business community, to your political leaders, but also to the young. Yesterday I had the conference and address at the University of Southern California. We shall be also seeing people at the UCLA. And I wholeheartedly congratulate you for enabling us to have a Croatian, first of all, Cultural Heritage Week for a couple of years, and now even a Cultural Heritage Month, which means that we are here to present our tradition, our culture, our identity. I am grateful for your hospitality, for the certificate of welcome, and I wish you a lot of success, and I can announce that I will gladly come back to the Los Angeles, especially during your great responsibilities in the organization of the biggest sports event in the world, first the World Cup, along with others in 26, and then the next Olympics, marking thus a fantastic anniversary, almost incredibly 44 years after the emblematic Olympics of 1984. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Mr. McCosker.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Prime Minister, we appreciate you being here. We want you to consider Los Angeles a home away from home for you. We really enjoy the sister city relationship with Split, but when you're outside of Zagreb, please come to Los Angeles. We have a certificate for you of welcome.
Thank you.
This is on behalf of our council president, council leadership, the entire city council, just welcoming you to Los Angeles and wishing you safe travel and many welcomes back.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. McCosker, Prime Minister, we have a couple people from the council who would like to address you, so I'll begin with Mr. De Leon.
Thank you very much, Council President. Prime Minister Plenković, welcome, Councilmember Tim McCosker. Thank you very much for bringing the Prime Minister to our storied chambers. We're honored by your physical presence. You say that your country, Croatia, is a very young country. Yes, indeed, 32 years of age, but it is a country with very deep historic roots, no doubt, even before the formation of what was then Yugoslavia. So one day, hopefully, I'll have the opportunity to go to your beautiful country. I've had a lot of friends who have gone to Croatia. The culture, the natural, beautiful landscape, the people, the food. They just come back to the United States and they just rave. We're very proud of our own Natalia, who is the current U.S. ambassador to your beautiful country. We're very proud, as Councilor Member McCosker just mentioned a few moments ago, she used to work right here, in this building with, then the Chief of Staff to the Mayor, Tim McCosker's role as Chief of Staff to the Mayor, Kenny Hahn. But one day, hopefully we'll get to go there. The ties that we have are strong and can only get stronger. And we also love watching your national soccer team, especially Luka, play, and how famous he is and how he has elevated Croatian culture throughout the world through his play of playing football, on the pitch. So just welcome you to this beautiful city, Los Angeles, and we're just honored to have your presence here. Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilmember McCosker, for bringing in the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, thank you so much for coming and joining and sharing space with us today. I represent Council District 1, where we have the largest Croatian church in the city, St. Anthony's Croatian Catholic Church, which is a staple in the Chinatown neighborhood in downtown. They have also been very crucial and helpful in welcoming new families to the city of Los Angeles through different crises, through immigration, and we're just grateful that they sit in District 1, and it's a beautiful spot. If you haven't checked it out, please go check it out. It's not just a space about faith, but it's a space about heritage, and it's existed since 1921. And so your people's roots are very deep, very deeply embedded in our city. So thank you so much for coming and sharing space with us and welcoming you to the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Hutt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilmember McCosker, for bringing in someone that is iconic, especially in the San Pedro area. I worked there for many years, and if you don't know about the Croatians' engagement and contribution to Los Angeles, you will learn it in San Pedro. I know about the Dalmatian Club. I know about the beautiful heritage that happens at the Croatian American Community Center, and it is a really beautiful part of the tapestry of Los Angeles. I'm so glad that you're here to be able to experience it and that we have an opportunity to meet you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Councilmember McCosker. Prime Minister, welcome to Los Angeles. We are really delighted to have you here and grace us with your presence in our chamber. But I think to what so many of my colleagues, Councilmember Hernandez talked about the very important influence and role of the Croatian community in Chinatown. There's a very dear friend of mine who was part of a very important effort in the Northeast Los Angeles area to provide significant resources for young people, and Marianne Hayashi. She married I don't know if you know Marianne, but Marianne from the Croatian community was living in Chinatown, married a Japanese man, and together raised a beautiful family, but have been an indelible mark in helping young people in Los Angeles and really forging a path forward for young people for generations. And so it was through her that I learned so much about your beautiful Croatian community and your rich contributions here, obviously, in the community of San Pedro. And so it's really an honor to have you here, and we welcome you here to Los Angeles, and we hope you enjoy your stay.
Thank you so much, members, and thank you, Mr. McCosker. Thank you, Prime Minister, for being here. We're very honored to have your presence, and I will confer on you one of the highest honors that this council can give. We will take a 5-minute recess for members who want to take photographs with you and record this moment. Thank you so much, Prime Minister. Another big round of applause. All right, Mr. Clerk, can we take up item number 21, called special by Councilmember Lee at this time?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we'll begin our deliberations of item number 21 by hearing from Councilmember Lee.
Sure, would you mind joining us at the table? Colleagues, we have an opportunity today. We have Mr. John Grant before us today, seeking a position on the Public Works Board of Commissioners. You know, just by looking at his educational and professional history, it was very apparent that he was very well suited for this job, but it wasn't until we had an opportunity to speak that I really see that your passion for the city of Los Angeles, and wanted to say just thank you for putting yourself out there to be a part of this board. This is one of the most important boards to all of us. It really focuses on the core services of what we do here in the city of Los Angeles, and a major part of that workforce of what is our city. And I think your labor experience is going to prove invaluable in that seat. And I just wanted to say that council members, that I urge an aye vote on Mr. John Grant for the next Board of Commissioner in the city of Los Angeles for the Board of Public Works.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. Mr. De Leon.
Thank you very much, Council President. Mr. John Lee, thank you very much for shepherding this appointment that's before us and with regards to Public Works. I think a lot of folks know John Grant. You're right, he did suit up today because he doesn't wear a suit. But nonetheless, you do look good in a suit, John. I want to thank you very much. The skill set, the talent that you bring, the many years, if not decades, of high-level pressure, if you will, when it comes to negotiations at the highest levels, I think are going to serve you very well. As we deal with contracts, as we deal with folks, and how we uplift, working families. So I just want to validate Madam Mayor's Bass's appointment of your person to this very, very important Public Works Commission, which is a full-time job. It's not just a part-time job, but I know that you'll bring a perspective that's been well earned, being in the trenches, and oftentimes the sharp tip of the spear, and oftentimes having the sharp tip of the spear pointed at your jugular, and how do you maneuver and how do you deal with this? Because we don't live in a world of absolutes, of sloganeering, and how you land that deal. So I appreciate very much, the mayor's appointment of yourself to this commission. I wish you nothing but the best, and I would recommend, obviously, in the highest form, your support of your appointment today. So felicidades. Thank you very much, John. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Mr. De Leon and John, Commissioner. It's such a joy to sit here and be able to cast a vote for you. You've been such a champion and a critical ingredient in this city to making sure the people that do the work are part of the decision-making process and part of the strategy and part of the delivery of services. So I can't think of a better person to serve in this capacity. So again, thank you for all you have done, and thank you for what you will do as Commissioner. I'll give you the opportunity to say a few words if you'd like, since you're there at the table and you're wearing a suit, as Councilmember De Leon pointed out.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President Harris Dawson, and congratulations to you, council members, staff. I'm sorry, and I never learned this thing about turning on the mic. And general public, I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege to express my gratitude to council. 2020 marked probably the darkest period in the members of the union that I represented as president. Some 31,000 grocery workers, drugstore workers, pharmacists, healthcare workers, cannabis dispensary workers, meat packers, and food processors. As COVID ravaged through, and they were not sheltered in place. They came to work and served and ensured that our community could at least work to it. But it was a period of extreme fear as COVID ravaged them and their families. I was making a call of condolences to the families of members every 10 days as they had passed. The fear that the members had was palpable, and they were also subject to attacks for wearing masks, for requiring social distances. And yet this council stood up resolute and stood behind them, which provided two things. It provided a wind at their back when they went to work, some sort of sense of solace, and strength to be able to go through the day knowing that someone had their back and was willing to figure out guidelines to ensure that they lived. And the one thing that I know from my head to my heart is that it saved lives. There were numerous, hundreds, if not hundreds of lives that were saved by the work that you established. This is almost just as important for me, and those of you who are on council especially, and those of you who weren't, I know you're standing shoulder to shoulder and figuring out a way to, in fact, make our city be able to work with them in safely. I thank you again for this conversation and for the opportunity. I was born in Echo Park, went to law school in Pico Union, lived in South Silver Lake when I went to law school, and then began my 9 years as a packing house worker, raised my 3 children in Los Angeles, who basically on Tommy's Burgers and raw broccoli, but don't tell their mother that they did that. And through my whole life, so LA runs through me, and I run through it. I don't have the extensive public servant, experience that many of you have and others may have, other than the executive board of the Workforce Investment Board of LA, the Governor's Commission on Economic Recovery. And I could not tell you what a solid waste filtration system looks like, much less exactly how it works. But I do have a certain amount of skill set, as council members mentioned. I've negotiated over 100 contracts, but understand that these contracts really are not documents meant to be sold, on eBay or placed in some archive. They are, in fact, living, organic things. They, in fact, are and were the infrastructure of each workplace. And so that sort of analysis and looking at it, I think is the same way for our infrastructure, that they are, in fact, the contracts for a better LA. It's the converse here. Secondly, my ability or experience, this is a little difficult for me. The last time I had a job interview was decades ago, and it was in a pool hall. It was the best pool I ever shot. I mean, I couldn't find a side pocket today with the Google Maps, but the collaboration that I worked with agreements, we had a packing house employer that was among the worst, no pension, terminated 150 people with a desktop immigration raid unlawfully. And yet when COVID came, we were able to work and collaborate together that for the only, or at least the first packing house in the country, set up health and safety stewards that could shut down the line if they felt that COVID guidelines were not being followed, over and above the supervisor's objections. And that sort of recognition and collaboration, I think, is essential. And the third is that public works infrastructure, to me, is not something just to write an article about or just in terms of the nuts and bolts. It is for working members, for the people of Los Angeles, a means, in fact, to be able to enjoy their life. I know that the working folks, if their streets are not navigable and they come late, they suffer discipline. In fact, their job is in jeopardy. So this goes to the economic quality of people's life. But moreover, when this healthcare worker works all day and suffers through, the stress of that and comes home and wants to enjoy their family, if the lights don't work, if the sidewalks aren't navigable, they are not able to enjoy. So public works, to me, is really public space. And public space is where, in fact, our souls can be ennobled and our hearts can be softened as we meet and mix with everyone. So I look forward to this. I'm most excited about it, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Council President. And I just want to correct one thing, is that you have been serving the public for a long time, and you have extensive experience. And the thing that I'm most excited about you bringing to the table is the values that you and your family share. And the fact that you're going to make sure that we don't leave people behind. And you're going to make sure that we talk about the communities that oftentimes are not talked about. Or we talk about them, but we don't take action. So I look forward to you bringing those values into this space. And again, you have been serving our communities for a long time. Thank you, John, for stepping up.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, John, for accepting this nomination. I have, as a former Public Works Commissioner, I will tell you, I think it is probably one of the best jobs in the building. And, there's just a host of opportunities to work in collaboration and partnership with so many different parts of the city, and representing a part of the city that often and historically has been under-resourced in infrastructure improvements. I welcome you visiting our community in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, but also as the mother of a UFCW member who started 2 weeks before the shutdown. I want to thank all the work, and of course the work of this council, but all the work of the men and women of UFCW and what they did to keep our communities fed. They endured tremendous heartache through that time and immense amount of disrespect. It was an awful time. But I think all of those experiences are going to serve you well in this role. Because again, this is, it is the bread and butter of city services. And sadly, because of all of the other budgetary constraints, it's also one of the least funded in terms of when you compare what the need is and align where the resources have been made from the work that we have to do in street services to fundamental services in street lighting, all of the challenges that we have with copper wire theft and how that is really, creating significant public safety hazards. There's a lot of work to do. And so I look forward to working alongside with you to help address so many of these issues.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you so much, members, and thank you, John, and thank you. We know a little something about you by the company you keep. We're joined today by the leader of the labor movement in Los Angeles, Yvonne Wheeler, is here. Let's give her a big round of applause. I see leadership from the LA Alliance for a New Economy, and former Deputy Mayor Larry Frank is in the house. Again, thank you. We'll vote on your item after we've taken public comment, but we wanted to bring you to the desk early. And with that, members, thank you. With that, Mr. Clerk, if you could read into the record instructions for public comment.
As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press pound. Then press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press *9 to request to speak. When it is your turn to speak, an automated Zoom voice will ask you to press *6 to unmute.
To people providing public comment, when it is your turn to speak, either at the podium or on the phone, please state which of the agenda items you'd like to speak to. You will have 1 minute per item, up to 3 minutes total for the items open for public comment. We will tell you when your time is up. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you are not on topic, or if we cannot tell whether you are on topic, you will get one brief warning from me or the council president. At that point, you need to get immediately and clearly on topic. If you do not do so, or if you again stray off topic, you will forfeit the rest of your speaking time and we will move on to the next speaker. The items that are open for public comment on the agenda for the regular meeting are items number 1 through 14, items 21 through 40, and items 42 through 43. Again, the items that are open for public comment on the agenda during the regular meeting are items 1 through 14, items 21 through 40, and items 42 and 43. Members of the public may also speak for up to 1 minute for general public comment. General public comment, or during general public comment, members of the public may speak to any of the items or anything else in the city's subject matter jurisdiction. For members of the public calling in, when it is your turn to speak, an automated message from Zoom will prompt you to press *6 to unmute yourself. If you do not do so, council staff will prompt you once more. At that point, you need to immediately unmute yourself, or unfortunately, you will forfeit your speaking time and we will have to move on to the next caller. Finally, because of a brief time delay between the live meeting and the broadcast, 2 things are important. First, while waiting for your turn to speak, please keep an ear to the phone so you know in real time when it is your turn to press *6 to unmute. Second, if you're listening to this meeting on another device, please turn down the volume on that device immediately when it's your turn to speak. Between feedback and the time delay, it will cause a great deal of confusion if you continue to listen on your other devices. Thank you.
I will begin by calling a few names. Yvonne Walker, Roxana Tainan, Julian Alexander Makara, Andrew Doe, Young Kim, Pamela Augustin, Jasmine Perez, Cynthia Gonzalez, and Audit LA. When you approach the podium, please state your names and the items you will be speaking to.
Okay, so who is the first speaker? Mr. Herman, if you are the next speaker, you need to get to the podium immediately so that we can start. So you have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the items.
I want to speak on all items. Ramen noodle. So on item number 1, for the public's information, Department Building and Safety sucks. Right? Am I not right for saying that? Smoking scam? Now you're laughing, right? But it's the truth. All I'm trying to do is protect the interest of the public from this building and safety scam that's been going on way too long, creating a hostile environment towards minorities, blacks, Asians, and anyone involved in losing their house, your rentals, or even anything involving where building and safety comes into the picture. Now, Mr. Soto got away with building and safety because he has the answer. And I want Mr. Soto to explain to anyone here who has a problem with these scumbag building inspectors to explain to the public how you did it, Mr. Soto Martinez, or is there a conflict of interest? You use the power of your authority as a councilman. Then I go into item number 3. Yeah, building and safety report, confirmation of a lien. Well, we know what a lien's all about because Ms. Hernandez solved the problem for us. She's a good woman. Finally, she explained to us that she no longer wants the scumbags with the building and safety inspectors and the scumbags with the goddamn building and safety making up lies to kick you out of your community. So if I'm wrong, shoot me now, because you can't stop me. No one can stop me. You know why? Let me take a minute here, real quick. Listen, rookie. Listen. Nobody fucks with Batman in this country.
So this is not on the agenda.
Can we move to
so
his public comment? All right. Let's go to number 4. It's on the same subject. Department of Building and Safety sucks. Rent escrow sucks. But more so because building and safety does not do an efficient, substantial pattern and practice to remove you people from your homes because they're niggers. I got 40 seconds left, and I'm going to go to my other item. Excuse me. CD8, Monkey Man Department, LA Housing Department resolution for Los Angeles housing. Well, the criteria is Croatia has a fucked up economy. Stay there. Don't come here looking for housing.
So again, this is not on the agenda.
This is
You've been
about
warned.
housing.
I'm going to move you to
We
general public
niggers
comment.
need
You have 1
housing
minute for
on
general
item
public
number
comment, and please do
31,
not eat
bro.
while you're in the middle of your comment.
Now
Go to
into
general
my
public
non-agenda public comment. I welcome anyone in the public, anyone in the world, anyone in this country, including Kevin DeLeon, who did invite me to his little debate, but I'm cool with that. Because when I was last night in Arcadia talking before the scumbag politicians with their 20% raises for police and firemen, I find that very alarming at a time when the rest of us can't pay our fucking rents. You can't afford to live in a hostile government and a local government scumbags like you are. Now, if anyone fucking cares come out to the Guinness Museum and watch my Star of Fame be placed before the public. Sit down, attorney. I got the floor. 42 U.S.C. 1983. Fuck you.
Okay, before we move on to the next speaker, for people who are new to this chambers or are listening to this meeting for the first time, we apologize. The things that were mentioned during the previous public speaker's comment do not reflect the views or the values of this council or this city. And so it's just something that we have to deal with. I also would like to just say that we have a limited amount of time for public comment, and while Mr. Herman is allowed to speak, it does take away from other commenters who are here to talk about the substantive items and issues. So, good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Good morning, honorable team. Julian Alexander Makara of adreamnow.org. Speaking in regards to topic points 33, 21, and general comment, if able.
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to hold your, don't start his time yet. I'm going to ask you to repeat in just a second. Mr. Herman, do not, this is your first and only formal warning, do not throw whatever it is you're throwing in this council chambers. I am trying to talk to the public speaker, and it is actually distracting me to the point that it's disrupting my ability to help facilitate public comment.
Mr. Herman, consider this your first warning. First and only.
I'm sorry, Speaker. Which items would you like to speak to?
No worries, and thank you. 33, 21, and general comment, please.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Thank you kindly. In reference point to topic point 33, if we're going to be allocating general funding for services that are, as of this moment, questionable, we are in a transitional stage, and the value program identifies transitions. That is, what is working and what is not. Piggybacking on point 16, where the council member is identifying alternative perspective or alternative measures in which we can advance similar communal aspirations, is very much what we have been proposing through our value department or emergency department proposal, which is a 3-tier system, one for community engagement, and that's learning. Second, for data gathering via visual. Third, through data gathering via communication grassroots. To the second point, on point 21, I very much appreciate what you team said about the commission of that gentleman. And much to what the council members had said is that there is a lot in this city that unfortunately is being neglected. And it's not because of neglect, it's because it's a big old city and there's only a handful of you. Now, Machiavellian, allocate responsibilities to those who are most worthy, right? If you want to reflect on the Old Testament, think of Solomon, right? Who was able to identify responsibilities and divide those up. I'm soliciting, if you're unable to come to some form of cohesion regarding to my proposal, however, I have the experience having communicated and with LAHD for the Puede Center, creating the MOU contract or agreement for the Los Angeles Promise Zone, and I know the gentleman behind me is being silly.
General public comment?
And also, since day one, allocating public institutions to needed community agencies and families as a family services advocate at St. Anne's, which is in Council District 1. You can still go talk to my employers, and my information is still submitted in registry 2016 Puede Center, Los Angeles Housing Department. I wrote that contract, and I can review it. As to my general public comment, it's 3 months today that I submitted the spatial designing for architecture and music, the pilot proposal to CD1, 3 months today, 1 month to all 15 council districts, and it's been next month 1 year for the community education attainment site when I began enabling it in Inglewood. I've been using my money since then. I'm going to be evicted now because of your delays. Another one.
I'm sorry, Speaker, your time has expired.
I know. Thank you for your understanding.
Next speaker.
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Mia Makova, Stormy Daniels, Mike Hunt, Mia Khalifa, Kendra Sunderland, Jessica Santiago.
Okay.
Speaker, please remind us of the name you signed up under and which items you'd like to speak to.
Yes, good morning, President Harris Dawson and distinguished members of the Los Angeles City Council. My name is Yvonne Wheeler, and I proudly serve as the president of Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, representing over 800,000 union members. I'm here today to express the Los Angeles labor movement's strong support for John Grant for the Public Works Commission. John Grant is a titan in the LA labor movement, spending an impressive 46 years as a union member, fighting tirelessly for working people. His journey beginning as a former John shop steward to union president is a testament to his unwavering commitment to empowering and uplifting workers across Southern California. Under John's leadership, local Union 770 has been instrumental in shaping labor policy at the state and local levels on behalf of working people, including the original Los Angeles Living Wage and Grocery Retention Ordinance. John has spent his life serving the working people of Los Angeles, and he is more than qualified and deserving of this position. Our labor movement is stronger because of John Grant, and as a commissioner for Public Works, we know he will be trustworthy and reliable and will continue to protect the interests of both our communities and working people. Thank you.
Roxana Tynan from the LA Alliance for a New Economy, and I speak from the community side. I met John in the early 90s, where he was one of the labor leaders who showed up at every community campus, at every community meeting, and also served as the chair of Lane's board for many years. So he has a big view. It is a view for working families broadly, whether they're union members or not, and he's going to do a great job on the Public Works Commission. Thank you for saying yes.
Oh, okay.
Hi, good morning.
Please remind us of the name you signed up under, which items you'd like to speak to.
Yes, my name is Pamela Agustin, speaking on general public comment.
You'll have 1
and
minute.
the last two items, 44 and 45.
Okay, you'll have 2 minutes for the items, but please start. Oh,
yes.
Sorry, 44 and 45 on the special meeting agenda,
Okay.
which we will be going into later.
So I don't speak on that?
No, when we start the special meeting, you can come back for public comment then. You can do general public comment right now. The special meeting is a separate meeting that we'll go
Got it.
into.
Then I guess I'll come back. I'll come back.
You can do your general public comment now.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, I'll do general public comment, but it's also connected. First of all, to all council members today, as you vote for those last two items, which we'll give you more details later, this is a very crucial community plan for the Boyle Heights community. I've been organizing, informing residents about this plan since 2013. A lot of my organizing career has been there. And throughout the over 10 years of organizing in Boyle Heights, I have seen many families be pushed out. We are a strong renter community. A majority of us, over 70%, are renters. Know that the city planning department has done its best to listen to the community, to input a lot of tenant protections, but I know that we can do more. So I really hope that as you pass or as you consider the changes to the Boyle Heights community plan, you also think about the next community plan, which will be in District 1, the Northeast Community Plan. The policies that you pass today help inform the policies of tomorrow. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
My turn. Hi. Good morning, everybody. I would like to speak on 19, 21, and public comment, please.
Just 19. Okay, only 21 is available for public comment right now, so you can have a minute for that and a minute for general public comment.
Okay, thank you. Tell me, I could go, okay. I would like, I'm not sure how I feel about Mr. Grant yet. The people prior to me seems to think that he's a really great guy and that he's the next hope for our city public works. And I hope they're right. I sincerely do, because I've been coming to public works, and not just me, other people as well, since June with the same concerns that just fall on deaf ears. And maybe hopefully we need new blood and to come in and help. And what we're dealing with that is a closed road, that endless permits that they will not stop, a fire lane that they will not enforce, and non-union labor who are working for $47 a week working on public streets. It's a disaster. And so I am hoping, now if he is for helping and listening to the public and resolving these issues that we've been coming to for month after month, then I'm all for him. But if it's going to be more of the same, no. All right, public comment. I'm here to talk about the same thing I'm talking about for several months now. We want L. Ron Hubbard Way back into the community's possession. Okay, they've been getting permit after permit after permit to shut it down. Not only they have work permits to fix the street, at the same time they're having special events permits. It's been endless. It's been nonstop since June 1st. And all the way now into the end of October. At what point does it stop? At what point, is there a limit? It's just out of control. And then they have to have an open fire lane and they do not. And they have ADA non-compliant planters all over. And I heard, thank you, Mr. Hugo, that you did say that they had to move it. They haven't. They still haven't. They're defying city orders to get it ADA compliant. It's just unbelievable how this is allowed to continue. And we're asking that you please do your jobs, and all we want them to do is obey the law. That's it, like anyone else has to do. Any other entity has to obey the law, right? Thank you.
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Donald Harlan, Goat Puppet, Batman, Mania Origa, Cynthia Gonzalez, Monica Daanda, Hak Twa.
Speaker, please remind us of the name you signed up under and which items you'd like to speak to.
Yes, I will. During my general public comment, I want to request a Spanish interpreter. And for my items, I would like to speak on 1, 2, 3, and general.
You'll have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment.
Okay. City attorney told me they know my languages. Let's try it today. King idea, Kong idea, Yang idea, Bayua, La idea, Moi Piadia, Melo Yodia, Piayo. 也看个的路，且我两个没得起，很是我的眼神干那狗血，我每个每秒每次干那一条命，朋友啊，要过来边，人一接一接一接的丢，过一百一百一百的干，给你约的两个。 我叫两不好，没给我冲康，是干一干一干的豆，干一滴滴滴的喽。
One moment, Speaker. We're going to hold your time. Mr. Herman and Mr. Spindler, please refrain from dancing in the aisles of the chamber. You're distracting this meeting, and I believe one of you has already been warned once. Okay, start. Thank you, Speaker. Please continue.
Item number 2. 靈經嗌紅金，傾朝各派嗌紅煙，馬樹兵，馬樹兵，正嗌兵呢有丟小心，靈金怒嗌劍，架架馬超鬥電，冇玩電，馬謠言，別信別白龍下野心。 這鬼狗能夠贏，393馬嚟到定，打敗公個更勁，我是世界第一定，四眼寬細走定，鋪份跨3馬嚟殺勁，義人空義人贏，我勁我也那好入地。 Item number 3. I believe 그런 기대 여기만 이대로 이별은 아니가죠. 알게리 날이 기울은 기라 쇼코머리 누라버리겠죠. 무르 지나가 두기야 속아서 내가 나를 아프게 하며 누르는 말은 좀 마마 쿠오기야 기루 그대 말로 무무오시나 편하게 떠나기루. Interpreter, please. Señora intérprete, ¿por qué no tradujo mis comentarios correctamente ayer?
Miss Interpreter, how come you did not interpret my comments correctly?
Señora intérprete, necesita tomar una clase de español para poder traducir español correctamente.
Miss Interpreter, you need to take a Spanish lesson so you can interpret Spanish correctly.
Señora intérprete, ayer estuve aquí para apoyar a Kevin y a la policía, pero usted dijo que yo estaba en contra de Kevin y de la policía ayer. ¿Por qué me hizo eso cada vez?
Miss Interpreter, yesterday I was here to support Kevin De Leon and to support the police. But you said yesterday that I was here against Kevin De Leon and against the police. Why did you do that?
Señora intérprete, por favor, aprenda español correctamente y por favor tome un examen de español para calificar para ser intérprete de español.
Miss Interpreter, please take a Spanish lesson and please take a Spanish exam to be able to qualify to be a Spanish interpreter.
Señora intérprete, la quiero mucho, mucho, te amo mucho, mucho, pero porque siempre me traduce incorrectamente.
Miss Interpreter, I really like you, I really love you, but why are you always interpreting wrong?
La quiero mucho, 24 pulgadas, Sargento Duarte.
I love her. I love you very much, Miss Interpreter, Mr. Duarte.
Speaker, please remind us of the name you signed up under and which items you'd like to speak to.
Hello, I'm Donald Harlan. I'd like to speak on all available agenda items and general comment.
You'll have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment.
All right, agenda items number 1 through 14. Lien on property for nuisance violations, code fees, and inspections. No, you're not to be putting liens on properties for those things. They go against the people that committed the crime or the infraction or owes the fees, not the property. Any city employee that tries to bill a property instead of the person that committed a crime has also committed a crime. Okay, agenda item 15, the mayor's appointments.
Speaker, agenda item number 15 is not available for public comment. You can address that in your general public comment if you like.
Okay, agenda item 17.
Agenda items 1 through 14, 21 through 40, and 42 through 43.
Oh, thank you. Okay, REIT properties, agenda items 23 through 32. There's some abuse here in the city by some psychopathic city council workers or some lawyer or some judge or some law enforcement with abuse of rent escrow account program. You see, originally, they were putting any place that somebody got murdered in on REAP and selling the property. And that didn't work because they started just putting people in there and murdering them and then selling the property. Now these houses that are appearing on REAP that are being abused have to do with rapists. So they're gonna sell the houses that the rapists lived in or the rape occurred. Yet we don't want them placing people in houses to get raped or rapists in the houses just so they can sell them. That's the purpose of the legal form of the rent escrow account program, to prevent abuse like that from happening. And you guys have failed terribly. I never seen anything so terrifying and disgusting at the same time. Too bad. Yeah, several fake things I heard mentioned. The commerce, the community, something of economic, sorry. General comment. Okay, the mayor's appointments. There is no mayor's appointments to any of those committees. Many of those committees mentioned are fake. For example, number 15, the mayor's appointments to DWP. You can disregard that, or you can terminate that person's employment for any reason that you find. If there's a problem, people placed here by the mayor or certain committees to commit crimes or fraud the city or rip me off, then you can lock them out or terminate their employment for any reason. Agenda item 16 is the worst one. The LA Homeless Services Authority wants to build homeless housings on the fucking port. The housing authority is trying to illegally build homeless housing in my fucking beach. Crazy fuck you guys up. Anybody they catch building homeless housing.
That's your time, Speaker.
Speaker, your time is up.
Mr.
Calling
Harlan,
the
this
last
is your first
two
warning.
names.
Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Bonquisha Hernandez and Will.
I think that was well
Speaker,
said.
please remind us of the name you signed up under and which items you'd like to speak to.
Yes. Well, what the fuck does it matter? I live here. All items in general public comment.
You'll have 3 minutes for the items and 1
Yes.
minute for general public comment.
Number fucking 40, the ass rape case. Yes, Judge David Carter sticking his 14-inch cock into the ass of the city. Let's give Judge Carter a hand. That's right. Yes, Blob and Blood for years has been trying to cover this up. But now, thanks to people like Jose Huizar and Mitchell Englander, who have cooperation agreements, I hear, $270,000 fucking dollars for the auditing firm. They're gonna audit every goddamn thing dealing with homelessness, all the way from Unisys, all the way over to Kevin, all the way over to Price. They're gonna nail every one of you fuckers. And one day you're gonna be marched out of here in fucking handcuffs. And we're not talking about P. Diddy, people, not fun. Then we've got number 13, Hugo Stalin wants to beautify CD13. I went over to Harbor Freight Tools yesterday on Taft in Hollywood. It's been beautified. No homeless, no drug needles. There's a barber over there. I tried to buy crack off of him, and I couldn't do it. Let's give Hugo Stalin a hand for cleaning up Hollywood Boulevard. Yes, well done. So now, as you see, we're going to continue with this bullshit. It's a budget. No, I call it bullshit. You call it a budget. So we have this cockroach on number 21, this John Grant the cockroach, who's going to be putting himself on the Board of Public Works. My favorite commissioner used to be Joel Jacinto. That's John Lee's good friend that used to be on the Board of Public Works being replaced here. Well, didn't he resign because he's under investigation? Yes, of course. Everybody in City Hall's under investigation. Holy shit. If you're not under investigation, raise your hand on the council right now. Pan the camera. See, nobody raises their hand. Even Unisys didn't raise their hand. Are you in trouble, Unisys? And this meeting's sponsored by Jacoby and Myers and the Covington Law Firm. When you get indicted, call them for help. Okay, yes, go ahead. Yes, thank you. And number 22, Lydia Mather to
Item
the
number
South
22 is
Valley
not available
Planning
for public
Commission.
comment. You can address that in your general public comment.
No, stupid asshole. I'm on number 22.
We
Lydia
can move you to general
Mather?
public comment. Let's switch this time to
I
general
think
public
Lydia
comment.
Mather's brain dead. I say no to number 22. Now we'll get to the general. Join us tonight as overt racist cockroach Kevin De Leon battles Isabel Gerardo. Where is it? The Los Angeles Presbyterian Church, 2241 Northeastern Avenue, starting at 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. Come join Unisys. I hear she'll be hiding somewhere in the background as we have a debate. Why does Kevin call black people monkeys is the first subject. And then later, we'll have a discussion about the N-word and how it's protected speech, sponsored by the DEI hire. Are you going to show up to that? I hope she does. Yes, and we'll have free snacks in the back. We're handing out free crack pipes and liquor in honor of Jose Huizar. So remember, everybody, when you grow up, don't become an indicted council member. Finally, fuck you, Paul Krikorian. I haven't forgot about you.
Are there any more speakers? If not, let's move to the phones.
Call-in user 2.
Yeah, hi. DanielGus.substack.com. All items and general public comment. And don't cut me off like you did yesterday, Ms. Isagari, or you're
You'll
going to
have
get a
3
state
minutes
bar
for the
complaint.
items and 1 minute for general public comment. We can start his clock.
Yeah, fuck you for stealing my minute yesterday. Item regarding Judge Carter. You know what? He's the person who should be honored with a star on the Walk of Fame. Judge Carter, like virtually all of our federal judges in LA, are doing more on any given case than all of you do collectively. He is a hero. He's who you're responsible for. Why don't you acknowledge Judge Carter? Because I'll raise the funds or use it from your slush fund and give him a star on the Walk of Fame. He is the person who is acting in the public's best interest. He, on that agenda item and anything else, is the one who should be celebrated. And if you don't want to give him a star, why don't you bring in Judge Carter, or at least invite him in and celebrate him and thank him for acting in our behalf the way you have not, and so often don't.
Speaker, you should move on to your next item.
20% of you going to federal prison. Regarding the commissioner, I'm sure that the gentleman who's being appointed here is a fine man. But why do you need commissioners? Why do you need commissioners at all? What happened to employees who do a good job and they keep their job based on merit, based on qualifications? There are so many appointed commissioners who have no qualifications to be in these jobs. So I object in general to the use of commissioners. Why doesn't just the loss of a pension or prosecution for really egregious behavior on the job? So I am a conscientious objector to this commission appointment and all of them, because it means nothing. These are people whose arms are twisted. I can't remember the last commissioner who was really worthy of celebrating. Regarding the parks thing for Paul Krikorian, now may I remind you that you are putting Krikorian's name on public property. He's the guy who has admitted reallocating more than $1 billion from the Parks Department to plug your other budget holes since 2010. $1 billion. And now you're lifting your collective leg to urinate on a couple of pieces of public property. Can't figure that out why, except that you hope in someday that you will have something named for you or your mom, like Herb Wesson's mom, or Tony Cardenas. Really weird stuff. Oh, and by the way, Paul Krikorian illegally hid Cuban, Chinese, and Venezuelan illegal immigrants in parks, buildings that are intended for homeless people in Los Angeles. General public comment. My God, what do we have here? How many of you actually could locate Croatia on a map? I just want to know. You certainly took 30 words to say 5 words of meaning, but I doubt many of you, if any of you, could find Croatia on a map. Regarding Armando Herman eating during his comment, I would refer you to Rob Kwan's Twitter post showing Paul Krikorian meticulously and delicately munching down on his Cool Ranch Doritos while discussing an agenda item. So, 14th Amendment, if it applies to Armando Herman or you or me, it applies to all of us. You have to enforce it equally. Regarding the names, there is absolutely no requirement to sign up to speak. And somebody's going to stand up to you and take up a lot of your time. Again, fuck you, Issa Gary, because the next time you cut me off illegally, you will get a bar complaint and the video will show it.
Speaker with the digits 7255, please state the items you would like to speak to.
This is Richard Serrano.
Which items would you like to speak to?
All items and general public comment.
You'll have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment.
Yesterday, your kiosk person queued us out, and I reported it yesterday to your ethics office. So please don't do that anymore, Mr. Kiosk worker, whatever you identify yourself as.
Speaker, you need to speak to the agenda items right now.
Okay, let's go. Let's start my time at 21.
Speaker, the clock is running. Yes, item 21 is available for public comment.
Okay, I'll start my minute now. That way I can keep an eye on my clock like you don't. John Grant, look, it's your turn to rewrite the books that these people keep using to run the city, because they go by the guidance of what that book says. And I know this is new to you, so you can reach out to Richard Serrano, and I'll be more than happy to help in any district that you need it, Rex and Parks, street services, water and power, sanitation. I've worked in all of them. But I'll be more than happy. You just retired, so please reach out to me if you need some help on this information. Purple asphalt, that means it drains through. That means you can use it for asphalt. It's ADA compliant. The books were written before 1990, so they won't use that to fix your sidewalks. But it's cheaper, faster, and you could get more done, and it's cost effective. Less men to do cement work forms and all that. We can do a lot more if we get to the future. And again, that asphalt is ADA compliant. So don't tell me it's going to take 500 years to fix sidewalks. When you guys don't do the work, you go off the thing that somebody's reading out of a book. It's not the way you fix the city.
Speaker,
you guys are managers. You guys aren't workers. Number 40. Let's go to number 40. And then that being said, Smoke and Scan, thanks to God for all the support, letting them know that I didn't get called. Damien, I appreciate you at Smoke and Scan. Number 40. This is the point. Why are you guys always reactive, not proactive? There's no reason that a judge should be catching what you guys in that city council chamber see. You guys need to stop that. And that's why I didn't expect to win. Like Monica Rodriguez, when I asked her that I was running, or told her I was running for city council, she said, you better have a lot of money. Not what my qualifications were, not one question of it. You just better have a lot of money. And with that being said, yesterday was a prime example about number 40. All those people were there speaking about Monica Rodriguez implemented Tahoe 2.2. on her behalf, not the people's behalf. Who do you represent? Your self-interest
You
or
have
the
1 minute
people's?
for public comment, general public comment.
Well, I'll keep going with the same thing. Monica Rodriguez is the second thing I'm calling you out on. Yesterday was a prime example with all those people calling you out, saying that you represent your interests, not the public's interests. Marquise, if you're going to be the president, don't look up at the clock and say you got 10 minutes. That's 3 people to speak. That's a Brown Act violation when you have 30 people, but your kiosk worker says that there's no one online. Well, how can he be if he keeps queuing out the people he don't want to hear from or you don't want to hear from? That's not fair. That's not the way it's supposed to be. LA Police Commission does one virtual, one in person. One virtual, one in person. Maybe go to that format so it'd be fair to the rest of the people that wait 2 hours and then you do 2 hours of presentations. You guys really got to be not managers. You need to be really effective to change the city the way it is when everyone has the right to do whatever they
Speaker,
want.
your time is up.
I didn't expect to win, but I needed to bring all this to light. Next.
Speaker with the digits ending in 1881, please state the items you would like to speak
Yes,
to.
good morning. Items, let's go with 21, 22, 33, and public comment.
You'll have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment.
Thank you. And whoever denied me public comment yesterday, it comes back. It comes back. Let's go to 21, Mr. John Grant. You know, he seems like an absolutely wonderful Angelino. And the president of the council was right. He was wearing a suit. He represents the city of Los Angeles. And there he stood with his suit and his tie. And he had the backing of the unions, those unions that, you know, labor unions, all those, they were all supporting him. You know who I wish was supporting him? The non-laborers who have no union. The laborers and McDonald's, those who come before you every day pleading for help. I wish those laborers were behind Mr. John Grant, and I hope he has sympathy towards them and tries to help them. Let's go to item 22. Lydia Matters. I worked with her for many years. She's a very, very kind person. We had our disagreements. When we helped build Delano Park, a promise was made. It was made that they would rebuild the handball court, and I hope that she will focus, if she can in any way, to make sure we make that promise to the seniors in the Van Nuys area. Ms. Padilla, I'm going to hold you accountable on this because your predecessor made the promise, and I'm looking for the tape where we have him on tape saying that he was going to rebuild that wall, the handball courts. Let's go to item 23. That's another homeless issue. The one thing that I've seen in the city, well, especially the valley, is I've seen the improvement. Now, again, we cannot surrender our neighborhoods to homelessness. We need to make sure the women, the children, they are taken care of. The seniors are taken care of. The vet is taken care of. But for those who want to be on the streets and be criminals, we're not going to tolerate you. You need to be taken care of in the proper manner to make the city safe. May I move to public comment, ma'am?
Yes, you'll have 1 minute.
First of all, I want to apologize to you, ma'am, for the words that were used by one of the knuckleheads there that called you a horrible name. And I apologize. You should never take that kind of abuse. But I wanted to thank a young man from Smoke and Scan who reached out to me. And we had a wonderful discussion about how we can improve this city and what we need to do to work together to end corruption in this city. So to that young man, I'm not going to mention his real name. I want to thank you for reaching out, for bearing the hatchet, and for the kind words that you expressed. I hope that your fellow Focus and will start being respectful of the council. They may not be perfect, but we need to be respectful of each other at all times. Thank you for your kindness, man. We need to be respectful of each other.
Call-in user 6, please state the items you would like to speak to.
Yes, my name is Jason. I'm a Smoke and Scan viewer.
Which items would you like to speak to?
Well, hello, pretty little late. I knew if I called in naked today, good things would happen for me there. Let me get all available items during public comment.
You have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment.
Thank you, Miss Ma'am. And by the way, that wasn't me to call Candido. Fuck Candido there. Anyway, the other day I was down on Figueroa with this chick, and I paid her $5.
Speaker, you need to speak to the agenda items. That is not on the agenda.
We're not talking about down on Figueroa Day, ma'am.
Speaker, you need to speak to the agenda items, or we can move you to your general public comment.
Cool. All right. Anyway, all right. Well, I'll just say, again, Mr. Candido, I heard he likes little boys there, and I want to offer him.
Okay, we're going to move the speaker to his general public comment because he
over
cannot get on the items.
Yes, ma'am. Like I said, it's your world. I'm just begging for mercy. Anyway, shout out to the smoke can community there. I don't know what's up Candido's ass there. But if you want to go down
That
to
is
Figueroa
not within the
with me there,
subject matter jurisdiction of this body. You need to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just trying to. Yes, ma'am. I understand. Understood. I was just trying to hook Candido up with a little something there. Take an edge off there. Sometimes, if you get a little baby batter up out of you, you feel a lot better about the day there.
The speaker
That's all
is
I was
not
doing,
speaking
ma'am.
to anything within the subject matter jurisdiction of this body, and we can cut his time.
Come on, baby cakes.
Can we just move on to the next caller?
Shout out to the smoke can community. Y'all have a good one.
Caller with the digits ending in 9519. Please unmute yourself and state the items you would like to speak to.
Yes, my name is Petty Pinkface Armenian Dictator, and I like to say fuck Candido again, just in case I missed that part.
We should move on to the next speaker.
Come on, baby cakes.
Caller ending in 3784.
We'll speak to all items and general public comment.
You'll have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment.
All right, starting off with item number, let's get past the REAP ones. We should be getting her. Okay, 34. Let's start off with 33. That's homelessness services from Nithya Raman. Hopefully these services are actually getting people housing and services and aren't just a bunch of people sitting in their cars while the LAPD and LA sanitation goes and sweeps them and throws away all their stuff and forces them down the street while the homelessness services just sit in their cars and log that they were there sitting in their cars all day while LAPD and LA San be cruel to unhoused people. We have item 34. That is naming the Victory Valley Child Care Center and the Valley Plaza Sports Field after Paul Krikorian. Nothing should be named after any politician, much less Paul Krikorian. Paul Krikorian isn't deserving of anything being named after him, except for maybe a term related to enabling racism. Paul Krikorian has not solved any of the problems he was supposed to solve. Kevin De Leon is still on the council. It is particularly ridiculous you're naming a child care center after Paul Krikorian, after Paul Krikorian created the environment where a cop went and where cops go, helping to create the environment where cops go and harass Jason Reedy and his black baby. So it is just weird. It doesn't even roll off the tongue. Like, I'm going to take my kid to the Council President Paul Krikorian Child Care Center. I'm going to go play at the Council President Paul Krikorian soccer fields. Like, at least remove the words Council President from the name. Just make it Paul Krikorian. We have item 36 that is lining up City Hall for Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. That was last night, so you're late. You're a day late proving this. So I don't know if there's a late fee that you're going to have to pay since you were supposed to pay it yesterday, but you're late. It was last night, you're late, and you're approving this after it happens. So I don't know. Item 37, you're a week and a half late with this one, September 15th. You were supposed to pay this a week and a half ago in Ulysses. And you're not paying it until now, apparently. So you know, you're a week late. Or actually, I guess it was the 18th at least, but you're still like a week late. So why are you lighting it up on September 18th when it was on September 15th? That doesn't even make sense. We have item 38, beautification, and CD 13.
Speaker, you have 1 minute for general public comment.
All right, let's go on to general comments. So I see that basically nothing is changing with the way Marquise runs the meetings. When are you going to start to roll back all the changes Paul Krikorian made that made the meetings reduce public participation and public input at the meetings? You know, why don't you let everyone speak on all agenda items? Even if they had a committee hearing, they had a committee hearing, not a city council hearing. The committees have maximum of like 7 or 8 members. That's not the whole council. And that we gave public comment on advancing it through committee. We didn't give public comment on advancing it through the council. And you should have presentations after public comment, and you should and when are you going to remove that illegal barrier in the middle of the council chamber that makes the chamber less accessible than it used to be? Kevin De Leon, you need to resign. Isabel's going to beat you in the debate tonight.
Speaker, your time is up.
Can we have our last caller, please?
Caller ending in 2616. Please unmute yourself and state the items you would like to speak to.
Yeah, it's Eric Previn. And it's very interesting how it takes an email to the city attorney to get heard. Thank you.
Speaker, which items would you like to speak to?
You interrupted me. I would like to speak on all of the available items, and please remind me of those, and also a general public comment. And please do not interrupt me at all.
You'll have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment.
Which items are open? Please be specific.
Items 1 through 14, 21 through 40, and 42 to 43.
Wait a minute, what about 44 and 45? When is the special meeting, and how can I register and not be shut out of that meeting as well?
We have not begun the special meeting yet.
So speakers can sign up later for the special meeting, is that correct?
Speaker, your time is running.
Right, I'm the speaker, please. You're being very, very interruptive. Okay, first of all, nobody deserves to have something named after him more than Mr. Krikorian. And that is interesting. There's a child care center and also an athletic field. Maybe we could I have a suggestion that rather than just calling it the Paul Krikorian Valley Soccer Field, why don't we add Paul Krikorian, the Valley PFAS Soccer Field? PFAS, yesterday, by the way, congratulations on the $35 million payout from Monsanto to the city for the polycarbonate problem. I hope that money is not going to be harvested by the crooked city attorney, Heidi Feldstein Soto, and will actually make it to the people who need it. Hugo Soto.
Speaker, you need to stick to the agenda items.
I know, but that's a $35 million pot. I want people to get it. No, I'm on it. I want to get back to the Krikorian naming items. It's very, very interesting that you would do that. And the other thing is, why can't we name other things after him? Like, for example, the council chambers. Why don't we call it the Paul Krikorian? No changes except for draconian measures.
Speaker, you should move on to your next agenda item.
Okay, I'll be happy to. But again, every time you interrupt me, it's very hard to stay focused. So I'm trying to find the goddamn thing now because you interrupted me. Okay, the liens. I wrote an article for City Watch about the liens, and Marquise Harris Dawson, it's so ironic to me that this great progressive has come into power, and the first big part of the agenda, 1 through 17, are liens against properties, yesterday and today, so that's 35. Yesterday, they harvested $50,000 off of the impoverished Angelinos who were actually in the hall because you invited all the tenants who are grieving down. So I find it extremely arch and appalling, and I would ask Mr. Harris Dawson to think twice about these kinds of measures. There is still an emergency, as you recall. You've declared 18 different kinds of emergencies, and yet you do nothing for the people who need your help. So my suggestion would be to, like today, Yvonne Wheeler comes down to give a public comment, is not visible. Why? At County Hall, where Nithya Raman testified yesterday, all the members of the public are visible. Mr. Harris Dawson, including you when you testified. You could see my City Watch article and see a nice picture of you and Mayor Garcetti sitting in front of the supervisors, visible. So this idea that Herb Wesson, who is a crooked weirdo, insisted on keeping it wide so that you'll never see the face of a speaker, whether they're on point, off point, a multi-award winning journalist, or just a guy from Smoke and Scan who wants to get some action on Figueroa. But nonetheless, what you do is appalling, and you need to be held accountable. You said to me when I said, these rules are crooked, you've got to follow Rule 93 of the City Council rules. You said, I'm not the council president, and pointed at Wesson and shrugged, just like Blumenfield did, just like Curran Price did. Paul Krikorian, to his credit, did not. He said, that's it, Rule 7, Rule 12, I'm a petty pink-faced moron who thinks that people don't notice that we beat you in court on the special meeting rule, which was intentionally devised to block people from speaking at special meetings, and it was cooked up by the city attorney's Doomkoffs. Are we getting close to the general public comment?
Speaker, you've been in your general public comment.
When did it start? Why didn't you tell me? You usually interrupt me. I want to ask Yvonne Wheeler if she felt satisfied by the presentation.
Speaker, your time is up.
All right, that will end public comment. Mr. Clerk, are there any items we can vote on right now?
Yes, Mr. President. The council may now vote on item 21.
All right, let's have item 21 before us. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Congratulations, Mr. Grant. Mr. Clerk, what's now before us?
Council may now vote on items 22 through 40.
All right, we're going to take those together unless there's any objection. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
And Mr. President, we can move on to, the council may now vote on item 41, which was heard in Budget, Finance, and Innovation Committee.
All right, at this time, is Councilman Blumenfield here to speak on that report? Okay. Ms. City Attorney, can you please read the item? Sorry, Councilmember Rodriguez, you have a comment on item 41?
Yes, that's what the screen is for. So item number 6, we have an amendment.
Okay. So the amendment reads, I move that the matter of Building and Safety Department report and confirmation of lien in the amount of $2,680.18 for the property located at 10236 North Mount Gleason Avenue, item number 6 on today's council agenda, council file number 24-0160-S67, be amended to instruct the Department of Building and Safety to take the next necessary actions to waive the late fees associated with this case.
All right, item 41 is before us. I believe they've heard this in Budget and Finance, and they recommend a settlement to approve these. Unless there's any objection, I'd like to take item 41. If we can open the roll on that item.
Mr. President, would you like for me to read the settlement
Please.
amount? Item 41 in the case entitled George Wilson versus the City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to expend up to $200,000 in settlement.
All right, open the roll on that item. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right. So I think, what's next before us?
Mr. President, would you like to move on to item number 6, the amending motion introduced by Councilmember Rodriguez and seconded by Councilmember De Leon?
Yes, we'll move on to item number 6. If we can open the roll, do we have to vote on the amendment first?
Mr. President, you can take the item as amended.
I think this is friendly amendment. So we'll take the item as amended. Let's open the roll for item number 6. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Where does that take us, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, we will need a motion and second for the other items regarding the liens. These are items 1 through 5, 7 through 14, and there is a request to continue item 7 for 2 weeks to October 9th, and to continue item 9 for 1 week to October 2nd.
Unless there's any objections, that will be the order. And I'm going to move that we accept the Los Angeles Department of Building Safety's report on these items. And I believe Mr. Hernandez is the second on that.
And just to reiterate, sir, I can read out the recommendations for those items. Item 2 is to receive and file, and items 1, 3 through 5, 8, 10 through 14 are to confirm the liens.
All right, I'd like to open the roll on those items. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Is there anything next?
Mr. President, would you like to recess the regular and go into the special?
That's what we'll do. We'll adjourn the regular meeting and move into the special meeting. We'll recess the regular meeting and go move on to the special meeting.
Mr. President, I will take the roll for the special meeting. Blumenfield, De Leon, Harris, Dawson, Hernandez, Hutt, Krikorian, Lee, McOsker, Padilla, Park, Price, Rahman, Rodriguez, Soto, Martinez, Yaroslavsky, 14 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
All right, are there any items before us?
Yes. Items 44 and 45 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, are there any specials members that you'd like to call on the special agenda? Councilman De Leon?
Yes, 44 and 45, Mr. President.
Did you say 44 and 45?
Correct.
All right, any other items? All right, thank you, members. We are now moving on to public comment. Can you please read the rules? Oh, do we need? Can you please read the rules again for public comment for the special meeting?
Yes, sir. As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press pound. Then press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press star 9 to request to speak. When it is your turn to speak, an automated Zoom voice will ask you to press star 6 to unmute.
To people providing public comment, when it is your turn to speak, either at the podium or on the phone, please state which of the agenda items you'd like to speak to. You will have 1 minute per item, up to 2 minutes for the items available for public comment. We will tell you when your time is up. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not on topic, or if we cannot tell whether you're on topic, you will get one brief warning from me or the president. At that point, you will need to get immediately and clearly on topic. If you do not do so, or you again stray off topic, you will forfeit the rest of your speaking time, and we will move on to the next speaker. For members of the public calling in, when it is your turn to speak, an automated message from Zoom will prompt you to press star 6 to unmute yourself. If you do not do so, council staff will prompt you once more. At that point, you need to immediately unmute yourself, or you'll unfortunately forfeit your time, and we will move on to the next speaker. Finally, because of a brief time delay between the live meeting and the broadcast, 2 things are important. While you're waiting for your turn to speak, keep one ear to the phone so you hear in real time when it's your turn to press star 6. Second, if you're listening to the meeting on other devices, please turn down the volume on those devices immediately when it's your turn to speak. Between the time delay and feedback, it will cause a great deal of confusion if you continue to listen on other devices.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Can we go on and move on to our first public speaker?
We have one in-person speaker signed up, Sky Bree.
Speaker, remind us of the name you signed up under and which items you'd like to speak to.
My name is Sky Bray, and then I would like to speak on all items.
Okay, you'll have 2 minutes for the items.
First of all, I just want to point out it is almost impossible there's only one person sign up. Second of all, number 44, I want to talk about point number 6. Point number 6 said no 7. Point number 7 is about existing the affordable housing incentive program, and I'm here to support this because in the past several weeks, several months, I have continued to hear about the complaints about the tenants about they don't want to pay rent when the landowner asking them for rent. They call it harassment. So I think maybe Los Angeles is a woke city. For a woke city Los Angeles, we need to have a free housing program where everybody should be allowed to live in a luxury apartment, super big mansion without worrying about the rent, mortgage free for all the illegal immigrants in the city of LA. I think that's the definition of affordable housing. And then now move on to the next item, which is item number 45. It's about continue affordable housing units in the Boyle Heights community plan area. I'm here to support my friend Kevin De Leon. I'm here to support affordable housing. I'm here right now. I'm experiencing a housing crisis because my landowner continue to ask me for rent. My landowner continue to asking me to pay on time. That's definitely absolutely racist. That's absolutely discrimination. That shouldn't be allowed. So I advocate everybody woke Los Angeles politician. Let's forgive everybody's rent. Nobody pay for rent. Nobody pay for housing. Nobody pay for mortgage. Nobody pay for car payment. Nobody pay for insurance. So in the future, everybody can get a house for free. Everybody get an apartment for free. Everybody get a luxury Rolls-Royce Ferrari for free. That's the definition of affordable housing.
All right, before we move on to the next speaker, Madam City Attorney, I believe there's amendment item number 44. If you can read that into the record.
Okay, the amendment, I move that the matter of environmental impact report, EIR number ENV-2016-2906-ER, State Clearinghouse number 20160911010, and related ER findings, Statement of Overriding Considerations and Mitigation Monitoring Program, Planning and Land Use Management Committee Report and Resolution relative to the Boyle Heights Community Plan, Update and New Zoning Code. Item number 44, Council File 23-0861 on today's council agenda, be amended to adopt the following additional recommendation. Number 8, instruct the Los Angeles Housing Department in coordination with the Planning Department and the City Attorney to prepare a study that would support an ordinance to establish local preference program for affordable housing units, consistent with the Federal Fair Housing Act that gives priority for affordable housing units to households in Boyle Heights in consideration of those households that have been or will be displaced from their homes within 12 months due to a natural disaster, have had their residence demolished, have been evicted due to Ellis Act provisions, live or work in the city of Los Angeles, have suffered a government order eviction, have been evicted by the construction of the I-60 freeway, I-5 freeway, I-10 freeway, and 101 freeways, or reside within households that were subject to redlining as delineated in the 1939 Homeowners Loan Corporation map. Prepare and present a proposed ordinance and prepare a report with recommendations within 45 days.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney, and I'm the second on that motion. Now can we move on to public comment? Continue public comment?
Yes, Speaker, remind us of the name you signed up under and which items you'd like to speak to.
I'm Donald Harlan, speaking on both the agenda items and a general comment, please.
Okay, this is a special meeting, and we will not be having general public comment. General public comment was taken in the regular meeting, so you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Agenda item 44, real estate fraud. There's no such thing as a California state clearinghouse. There's no such thing as a state clearinghouse. I'm ordering the city to sue anybody involved in agenda item 44 or 45. There is no 1939 Homeowners Loan Association. all the documents you submitted for these agenda items are forged. They're all fake. Everything in there is forgery. Everybody involved has to go to prison. There's no such thing as a Boyle Heights community plan. Okay, there's no, you see, somebody from Publishers Clearinghouse
Speaker,
in
you should move
Florida,
on to the next item.
Oh, sorry, on number 45. Somebody from Florida, from Publishers Clearinghouse, is trying to sell property in the state of California, posing as state clearinghouse. Man, if you catch anyone like that, go ahead and just blast those fools. Just go ahead and kill them, because they will never, ever prove that's legal. There isn't a fucking court in the fucking world that's gonna fucking legalize this. Those people in these agenda items are totally out of their fucking minds. I can't believe this crazy shit you guys
Speaker,
keep
your time is
bringing
up.
to the city. Look at these, this is terrible.
Speaker, your time is up.
What would you like to speak on? I'd like to speak about Armenia first. Armenia is a very dangerous country. And Paul Martin Krikorian's family came from there, and he's a defective
Speaker, which items
asshole.
would you like to speak to?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the Kevin items. Yes, the two Kevin items.
You'll have
go
2
ahead.
minutes.
Yes. And I think that's true. What the fuck is a Boyle Heights ordinance? Boyle Heights isn't a city. Boyle Heights is part of Los Angeles. How can Kevin cause it to secede? Yes. But this was the dream of a young Jose Luis Huizar who came to Boyle Heights. And now it has to fall in the hands of Kevin. And Kevin's really doing this for the next council person from CD14, Isabel Gerardo. Let's give her a hand. Wow. Yes. As you know, John Lee, Isabel has already won the election. But Kevin, before he leaves, will prove 44 and 45 to help the new councilwoman along. Because you see, we have developers. Developers are entirely backed with the money and gold of niggers. Sand niggers, in fact, yes. And they come out of Israel, and they come out of North Africa. And then they come in and they build crap. Pieces of shit, fucking crap housing. Like the crap that Unisys is putting up on Hoover and over on 6th Street in Wilshire. That kind of shit. So you could put these $2,000, $4,000, $5,000 apartments. My God, they're bigger than Jose Huizar's jail cell prison. Yes. And we all know, of course, that this thing is illegal. Demolition permits are illegal. Preservation of homes is legal. Fuck all the developers. Fuck Paul Krikorian. Fuck the housing department. And fuck this city council and the asshole that it came from. I wish your mothers had had abortions.
I got a smoking scan for you.
Speaker, please remind us of the name you signed up under and which agenda items you'd like to speak to.
I signed up as Batman, but I took the mask off because I got my hands up ready to do some duking on 44 and 45 in Boyle Heights.
You'll have 2 minutes.
Fucking niggers are going to take away my community like this. I got to put up a fight in the name of Batman to save this motherfucking country from developers and these retarded attorneys that provide them with public interest and stealing from the public. After all, forgery in Boyle Heights is not a crime, then Jose Huizar must suck a cock in jail because he did something definitely wrong.
Speaker, you need to speak to the agenda item.
Yeah, I'm talking about CD 14, the former asshole, and I'm not going to say nothing bad about Kevin, but it's too late. So long. You should have stuck up and fight this
Speaker, you need to speak to the agenda item.
Madam, listen. I want to instruct the director and not the goddamn city government on this planning to amend the fucking environment protections because in our community we had Exide and nothing got done, you dumb bitch. Now into 45. 45. The use of district affordable housing laws. There ain't nothing fucking affordable in America anymore except that you have to pay for luxury apartments and motels to convert into what? Prisons. The same fucking prison in CD 14 Jose Luis Huizar and Mr. Lee went to Vegas for with Englander and Kanabi. But we're not going to get into appropriate city agencies or officials that are exercising their dick diligence, actively working as niggers towards the adoption and permanent controls what I control. I'm the goddamn government. I am God. I am a goddamn God because I lived in Boyle Heights. Fuck you, 42 USC, and come to 6764 Hollywood to see my store.
Speaker, please remind us of the name you signed up under and which items you'd like to speak to.
Yes, Pamela Agustin, speaking on items 44 and 45.
You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Council members, hello again. Over the last year, many of you have heard from residents from Boyle Heights that I have the privilege of organizing with about the fears that big projects like the USC, DTH, or Discovery and Translational Hub will have on their lives, that it will likely impact them by making their housing more unstable. They fear being priced out of Boyle Heights due to more affluent USC workers and general hospital workers moving into the community and therefore being priced out, right? This is why Eastside Leads Coalition, made up of 8 community-based organizations in Boyle Heights, request that inclusionary requirements for the river adjacent area be similar to those in the Downtown LA 2040 plan. A 50% low-income requirement currently that is part of the draft doesn't reflect the incomes of the majority of renters in Boyle Heights. This inclusionary zoning requirement for acutely low income, extremely low income, and very low income should be updated as well to be economically equivalent to the 50% low income requirement. Without a local preference option for residents to qualify to new affordable housing and without stronger set-asides for acutely low income, etc., residents will be pushed out or further driven into overcrowding conditions in Boyle Heights. Item 45 is a positive step, but we need permanent caps on demolitions of RSO housing in the community plan. Last, it is important that the city and relevant departments explore an option that promotes compliance by developers to pass community benefit agreements or voluntary conditions of approval. This we listed in our letter to council a little at the beginning of this month. Little, if any, really, monitoring is done by the city to ensure that developers meet the promises that they make to community, as you have recently heard from my coalition partners when we came to you and discussed the DTH. Thank you.
Before we move on to the next speaker, Ms. Spindler, this is your first warning not to disrupt this council meeting.
Speaker, please remind us of the name you signed up under and which items you'd like to speak to.
Hello, Jessica Santiago, item 44 and 45.
You'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, my name is Jessica and I work in Boyle Heights. As an organizer in Boyle Heights, I strongly urge you to listen to our recommendations today in order to ensure that the final Boyle Heights community plan truly serves existing residents, prevents displacement, and secures strong policies that build and preserve affordable housing. I work at Latino Equality Alliance. We're a nonprofit located right along the river in Boyle Heights, and we support 100% affordable housing there. In regard to item 45, I support a cap on RSO demolitions. In order to avoid reducing the supply of rent-stabilized units in Boyle Heights, the committee should place a permanent cap on the demolition and conversion of apartment units covered under the Los Angeles Rent Stabilization Ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Speaker, please remind us of the name you signed up under and which items you'd like to speak to.
Yes. Hi, my name is Cynthia Gonzalez.
Which items would you like to speak to?
44 and 45.
You'll have 2 minutes.
Like I said, my name is Cynthia Gonzalez. I live and work in Boyle Heights, and also am a proud daughter of business owners in the area. I strongly urge our council member Kevin De Leon, as well as everybody else, to listen to our recommendations today in order to ensure that the final Boyle Heights community plan truly serves existing residents to prevent displacement and secure strong policies that build and preserve affordable housing. When we did canvassing around the area and outreach, a lot of the community members, a lot of the señoras there really wanted to ensure that whatever was being built around the area was 100% affordability, 100% affordable housing, not just 50%, 25, but 100. A lot of the señoras in the area are not able to keep up with rent. And so you'll see them coming to all the other meetings that you guys host regarding tenant protections, because they want to let you know just how bad and dire the situation is. Please do not allow market housing housing in the industrial area near the LA River. I urge you to support the January 11 decision of the LA City Planning Commission, who ruled against the LA City Council's proposed hybrid industrial modification, citing concerns that the influx of high-income residents of the new market rate housing could catalyze gentrification and displacement throughout the Boyle Heights area. Please, I urge you to listen what your constituents are saying. Thank you.
Speaker, please remind us of the name you signed up under and which items you'd like to speak to.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Perez, here on item 45 and 44.
You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jasmine. I work in Boyle Heights alongside the Eastside Leads Coalition. And as an organizer in Boyle Heights, I want to reemphasize that there is no need for market rate housing development along the river. If you look at every other community that has expanded mixed use development along the river, you can see that it is a paved way to driving gentrification and really changing the dynamic of the local community. CD14 has the highest eviction filings in all of the city, mostly due to non-payment of rent. And we see that local residents cannot afford to have their rent increased or compete with mixed-use housing next to them. We met with a couple council offices to share our recommendations that if residential housing is to proceed in the river adjacent area, ensure that it is 100% affordable or that it meets the same requirements as the IX1 zone in the downtown LA 2040 plan. There is a precedent in the downtown LA 2040 plan that mandates that all new development provide at least 80% affordable housing. And like Skid Row, Boyle Heights also has a severe need for affordable housing. Over 74% of households in the neighborhood are renters with a median income of $47,000 a year, one of the lowest in the city. And residents need access to deeply affordable housing below the 60% AMI thresholds, especially as they especially residents who continue to grow older and recover from long-term consequences of COVID. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Speaker. That ends public comment here in chambers. We're going to move to 5 minutes of public comment on the phone.
Speaker ending in 7255. Please unmute yourself.
This is Richard Serrano. Both items, please.
You'll have 2 minutes.
44. I'm not sure if this falls under the Army Corps of Engineering, but the thing that our ancestors, how to make sure that we had none of this stuff done in our basins, the Poveda Basin, these rivers. It just, now that you guys are starting to do this, don't tell me it's because you're running out of room. We didn't do this in Hanson Dam. Unless it's recreational, it shouldn't be done. There's something we got to keep, the same thing that everyone used to cry out about and to keep these places open to the people, was that we don't have a central park in LA. There is nowhere for these people. It's nothing but sidewalks and cement and streets and cars. So putting something there now just to start growing things because someone's going for election, you know, oh, let me get my name out there. Let me be on the news. Let me do this stuff. Well, let me do it before I get out of office because I owe these people some favors.
Speaker, you should move on to your next item.
Okay, same thing. Same product, we're going to the same thing. You're building buildings in an area that there's no parking in, giving no parking to them, and affordable. So how many people in the city live alone in an apartment? Maybe some of you, but most of us have family with us. Whether it be you're taking care of a mom, a dad, a kid. So when they may say affordable, they make it a 1-bedroom in that section of that building that they're going to rent out for affordable. So technically, they're not lying. It's just like Trump said, change the law if you want me to pay my taxes, right? He's just going around and going through loopholes. Those things are not set up for the people in that community to be able to afford. And once they do it, the neighbors sell their property.
Speaker, your time is up.
Speaker with the digits ending in 1881.
Yes, thank you. Both 44 and 45, please.
You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Lee, you look sharp up there. That's what a president looks like. 44, you know, Mr. From Chatsworth to San Pedro and everything in between, including Boyle Heights, we need to be concerned no matter where we live, what happens in our community. And Mr. De Leon, you know, I've forgiven you and I expect the best from you when you're reelected. And I hope that you do everything possible to make sure those senoras that live in the neighborhood have affordable housing, and that you do everything possible to make up for what all you've done in the past. You have to ask forgiveness from all those people that were hurt by the comments that were made. But I personally would vote for you because I feel that you're probably one of the best people on the council. But again, the 14th district has been hurt too many times, and it deserves more than the continual disrespect for that community. Again, the affordable housing issue is something that you're going to really have to focus on.
Speaker, you should move on to the next item.
Am I on 44? Just quickly, you know what? I've said my words, and I thank you for the time.
All right, let's take a final caller.
Call-in user 11, please unmute yourself.
Yes, my name is Jason. I'm a smoker's can viewer.
Which items would you like to speak to?
All right, pretty Miss Lady. Let me get all of the items in a public comment.
You'll have 2 minutes for the items. This is a special meeting, and general public comment is not available here. It was available in the regular meeting.
Oh, you're right there, Miss Ma'am. Well, I'll just take the items in there, ma'am. Anyway, shout out to the Spokane community. I think we need to do something about the housing over here, the affordable housing, because, the other day I'm down on Figueroa with this chick, and she wanted to upcharge me for a $5 rubber tub.
Speaker, you need to speak to the agenda items.
Well, I'm talking about the affordable housing, how it affects all the people who need affordable housing, like the ladies down on Figueroa, to do the little thing for the change there. They have an upcharge, my $5 didn't get me what it used to get me. I used to be able to get a $5 rubber tub with a free spin on it, but now she won't even spin on that thing. And I think if we did something for the affordable housing so we can so the ladies can afford to live in a better place there. That way they be able to, throw it down the streets and, make a little change here and there, $5 here and there instead of upcharging me, extra that, because, my baby batter is, is expensive, but, I can't be, spreading around like it's jam on sandwich there. So, if we get something done about that, it'd be good. And shout out to the smoke can community again. You're doing a good, have a good show, Damon. You're doing your thing. And hey, baby cake, I didn't get that IG or that OnlyFans there before you leave that, if possible there. Miss Ma'am. Y'all have a good day.
All right, that will close public comment. Mr. Clerk, what's before us?
Mr. President, the council may now take up item 44 as amended.
Item 44, and you'd like to speak on the item? Yes. Councilmember De Leon.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, I want to thank Council President Marquise Harris Dawson as well for scheduling this matter as a special item since we're coming up towards the deadline. At the end of last year, the full council voted on an update to the Boyle Heights Community Plan. Zoning the LA River was bifurcated, and today we're taking up reconciliation of the City Planning Commission's recommendations and my office's proposal to allow a mix of uses along the LA River in concert with a mandatory inclusionary housing requirement. In addition, motion 44A deals with which is the amendment with the proposed local preference policy in Boyle Heights. In order to craft a legally defensible policy consistent with fair housing laws, I'm asking the Los Angeles Housing Department to gather data to support such a policy and coordinate the city attorney as well as the planning department. I've always said, I've been very consistent with this, that market forces are very, very powerful, much powerful than each and every one of us. If left unabated, the positive benefits of new investment will not benefit the people who live and the people who work in Boyle Heights. The concerns around displacement of residents and businesses in the gentrifying market are very, very real. We heard testimony from folks here today, and what they say is accurate. The updated Boyle Heights Community Plan presents an opportunity to shape future development. I'm proud of the mandatory inclusionary housing policy, which the City Council enacted in the adoption of the DTLA 2040 plan, which regulates the development west of the Los Angeles River in downtown LA, and the mandatory inclusionary housing policy for Boyle Heights. These policies, let me underscore, are the most aggressive the city has ever seen and represents a guardrail against gentrification. I do want to give a very shout out and thank you to the city attorney's office as well as the planning folks, the planning department. I want to thank you very much for your collaboration, for your cooperation during negotiations. Craig, thank you, as well as your team. I want to give recognition. Vince, you're here as well. You're here as well. I want to thank you and your team. But Craig, I want to thank you very much, Mr. President, as well as colleagues. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Any other speakers on the item? All right, Mr. Clerk, let's take item number 44. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
All right. Mr. Clerk, where does that take us?
Council may now take up item number 45.
Does anybody wish to speak on item number 45?
Yes.
Councilmember De Leon.
Thank you very much, Council President. Colleagues, the Boyle Heights ICO, the Interim Control Ordinance, will soon expire. So this resolution that's before us would extend the ICO for 10 months into the future, an additional 10 months. Basically, the ICO puts a freeze on demolition permits involving buildings with occupied RSO units and coveted affordable housing units in Boyle Heights. The city and I personally had to go to the State Housing and Community Development Department in Sacramento to secure the approval of this specific ICO. Boyle Heights is a gentrifying market, and we've seen a large number of demolition permits requests that have come to the city. This ICO is in response to a clear trend. In my district this year, half of the demolition permits were in Boyle Heights. The reality is this: we have seen what has happened to Echo Park. We're seeing what's happening in real time in Highland Park, and also too in parts of Lincoln Heights. The reality is, with the market and the lack of inventory and stock in other parts of the city, the market pressures are bearing down in the most vulnerable neighborhoods, whether it be in South LA, or in this case, a historic neighborhood like Boyle Heights. The market always wins outright. Don't care if you're the President of the United States or the governor or the mayor or council members. I've seen it time and time again over the course of decades. Market always wins and defeats politicians ultimately at the end of the day. That's why these policies are absolutely critical, that we create the necessary protections and safeguard the current residents in the neighborhood of Boyle Heights. Therefore, Mr. President, as well as colleagues, I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no other speakers on this item, Mr. City Clerk, can we take item number 45 up? If you can open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
Mr. Clerk, are there any other items before us on the special agenda?
Mr. President, the agenda for the special has been exhausted.
All right, so why don't we adjourn? Let's adjourn the special meeting, move back to the regular agenda meeting.
Yes, sir, and I will call the roll for the regular. Blumenfield, De Leon, Harris Dawson, Hernandez, Hutt, Krikorian, Lee, McOsker, Padilla, Park, Price, Rahman, Rodriguez, Soto, Martinez, Yaroslavsky. 14 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Other than the closed session items, are there any other items before us?
No, sir.
All right. Officers, if you can please prepare the room for closed session.
Sand workshops are free to attend. However, registration is required. For more information, go to the Education and Sustainability tab at lacitysand.org. The Los Angeles Public Library is celebrating Banned Books Week from September 22nd to the 28th. Since 1982, Banned Books Week has brought together book authors, educators, publishers, and readers in shared support of the freedom to seek and express ideas. According to the American Library Association, there were 1,247 demands to censor library books and resources in 2023, one of the highest numbers in 20 years of collecting data. LA Public Library is featuring books that have been targeted for removal or restriction under the 2024 theme, Read Between the Lines. Throughout 2024, LA Public Library is making a selection of the most challenged books available to anyone in the United States ages 13 and up. For more information, visit lapl.org/ban. Los Angeles World Airports, LAWA, is set to receive federal funds from the U.S. Department of Transportation to improve its airports at LA and Van Nuys. Under the Airport Improvement Program, Los Angeles International Airport, LAX, will secure $39 million, while Van Nuys will get over $18 million. At LAX, funds will be used to insulate 400 homes affected by noise and to buy zero-emission battery electric buses. At Van Nuys, the grants will be used to reconstruct a taxiway and implement the airport's decarbonization. To find out more about the work of LAX and Van Nuys airports, visit lawa.org. The number one cause of preventable death after injury is bleeding. Someone who is severely bleeding can bleed to death in as little as 5 minutes. Minutes count, and your LAFD thanks you for learning how to stop the bleed by following the ABCs. If someone has an injury with blood spurting out of the wound, clothing soaked in blood, bleeding that won't stop, or loss of any part of an arm or leg, you need to act quickly. The first step is A for alert. Have someone call 911. The next step is B for bleeding. Locate the bleeding injury and remove any clothing covering the area so you can see the injury. The final step is C, compress. If the injury is to the leg or arm, prepare to use the tourniquet. Unwrap the tourniquet and apply it 2 to 3 inches above the wound. Do not place the tourniquet onto a joint. Go above the joint if necessary. Pull the free end of the tourniquet and wrap it until it is tight. Wind the windlass until the bleeding stops. Secure the windlass in place. Note the time the tourniquet was applied and write it down, if you can, or tell first responders when they arrive.
Of your Los Angeles City Council.
Here's what's happening in LA this week.
This is LA Currents.
I call on our city to not just dream of the LA we want, but to participate in making the dream come true.
It's the annual Tom LaBonge Day of Service, and everyone is invited to join the city in celebrating the man who was known as Mr. LA. Former council member Tom LaBonge was dedicated to civil service, and he is honored with this annual Day of Service. Join community members for a cleanup taking place along Western Avenue around Pico Boulevard. Bring your reusable water bottle, wear comfortable clothing, and don't forget to register for this community event. Meet at the offices of Council District 10 on Western Avenue for the Tom LaBonge Day of Service, taking place on Saturday, September 28th at 8:30 a.m. For more information, see the calendar at civilandhumanrights.lacity.gov. Join LA's Public Library for the 6th Annual Los Angeles Libros Festival on Saturday, September 28th. The festival is a full day of entertainment featuring Spanish language and bilingual storytelling with 11 countries represented. Join Libros host, Los Angeles writer and journalist Gustavo Arellano at the Central Library for all the festivities. Enjoy musical performances, art, workshops, author readings, and read-alouds. There are 30 events in all, featuring 22 authors and illustrators. It's fun for all the family at the Los Angeles Libros Festival, taking place on Saturday, September 28th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. For more information, visit lapl.org/Libros. The City of Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs and the Friends of Watts Towers Art Center present a musical weekend on September 28th and 29th, with 2 day-long festivals taking place at the world-famous Watts Towers. On Saturday, September 28th, it's the 42nd Annual Watts Towers Day of the Drum Festival, featuring percussive beats from all over the world. Enjoy performances featuring the drums of Africa, Brazil, Japan, and Peru. On Sunday, September 29th, it's the 47th Annual Simon Rodeo Watts Towers Jazz Festival with live music in every style from R&B and West Coast hip-hop to jungle jazz and everything in between. There will be children's activities each day at the Charles Mingus Youth Arts Center and a food court available at the Watts Towers Amphitheater. Enjoy the 42nd Annual Watts Towers Day of the Drum Festival on September 28th and the 47th Annual Simon Rodeo Watts Towers Jazz Festival on Sunday, September 29th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. For more information, visit wattstowers.org/events. And that's a look at some things to do.
Every day, over 100 Americans die from secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke in children can cause asthma, ear infections, and increased risk of sudden infant death syndrome. Go to smokefreehomesla.com. Learn how you can protect your home from secondhand smoke.
Los Angeles City Sanitation and Environment, LA SAN, invites Angelinos to learn more about the benefits of home composting and gardening. According to LA SAN, home composting reduces waste, builds healthier soil, conserves water, and helps to improve plant growth in your garden. The workshops are taught by a team of rotating LA SAN green waste specialists, and they teach how to turn kitchen scraps and yard trimmings into nutrient-rich soil. Workshops are held at locations around the city and offer free mulch and compost to attendees while supplies last. LA SAN workshops are free to attend, however, registration is required. For more information, go to the Education and Sustainability tab at lacitysan.org. The Los Angeles Public Library is celebrating Banned Books Week from September 22nd to the 28th. Since 1982, Banned Books Week has brought together book authors, educators, publishers, and readers in shared support of the freedom to seek and express ideas. According to the American Library Association, there were 1,247 demands to censor library books and resources in 2023, one of the highest numbers in 20 years of collecting data. LA Public Library is featuring books that have been targeted for removal or restriction under the 2024 theme, Freed Between the Lines. Throughout 2024, LA Public Library is making a selection of the most challenged books available to anyone in the United States ages 13 and up. For more information, visit lapl.org/ban. Los Angeles World Airports, LAWA, is set to receive federal funds from the U.S. Department of Transportation to improve its airports at LA and Van Nuys. Under the Airport Improvement Program, Los Angeles International Airport, LAX, will secure $39 million, while Van Nuys will get over $18 million. At LAX, funds will be used to insulate 400 homes affected by noise and to buy zero-emission battery electric buses. At Van Nuys, the grants will be used to reconstruct a taxiway and implement the airport's decarbonization. To find out more about the work of LAX and Van Nuys airports, visit lawa.org. the #1 cause of preventable death after injury is bleeding. Someone who is severely bleeding can bleed to death in as little as 5 minutes. Minutes count, and your LAFD thanks you for learning how to stop the bleed by following the ABCs. If someone has an injury with blood spurting out of the wound, clothing soaked in blood, bleeding that won't stop, or loss of any part of an arm or leg, you need to act quickly. The first step is A for alert. Have someone call 911. The next step is B for bleeding. Locate the bleeding injury and remove any clothing covering the area so you can see the injury. The final step is C, compress. If the injury is to the leg or arm, prepare to use the tourniquet. Unwrap the tourniquet and apply it 2 to 3 inches above the wound. Do not place the tourniquet onto a joint. Go above the joint if necessary. Pull the free end of the tourniquet and wrap it until it is tight. Wind the windlass until the bleeding stops. Secure the windlass in place. Note the time the tourniquet was applied and write it down, if you can, or tell first responders when they arrive.
Los Angeles City Council.
Here's what's happening in LA this week.
This is LA Currents.
I call on our city to not just dream of the LA we want, but to participate in making the dream come true.
Mr. L.A. Former Councilmember LaBonge was dedicated to civil service, and he is honored with his annual Day of Service. Join community members for a cleanup taking place along Western Avenue around Pico Boulevard. Bring your reusable water bottle, comfortable clothing, and don't forget to register for this community event. Meet at the offices of Council District 10 on Western Avenue for the Top LaBonge Day of Service, taking place on Saturday, September 28th at 8:30 a.m. For more information, see the calendar at Civil and Human Rights at lacity.gov. Join LA's Public Library for the 6th Annual Los Angeles Libros Festival on Saturday, September 28th. The festival is a full day of entertainment featuring Spanish language and bilingual storytelling with 11 countries represented. Join Libros host Los Angeles writer and journalist Gustavo Arellano at the Central Library for all the festivities. Enjoy musical performances, art, workshops, author readings, and read-alouds. There are 30 events in all, featuring 22 authors and illustrators. It's fun for all the family at the Los Angeles Libros Festival, taking place on Saturday, September 28th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. For more information, visit lapm.org/Libros. The City of Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs and the Friends of Watts Towers Art Center present a musical weekend on September 28th and 29th with 2 day-long festivals taking place at the world-famous Watts Towers. On Saturday, September 28th is the 42nd Annual Watts Towers Day of the Drum Festival, featuring percussive beats from all over the world. Enjoy performances featuring the drums of Africa, Brazil, Japan, and Peru. On Sunday, September 29th, it's the 47th Annual Simon Rodeo Watts Towers Jazz Festival, with live music in every style from R&B and West Coast hip-hop to jungle jazz and everything in between. There will be children's activities each day at the Charles Mingus Youth Arts Center and a food court available at the Watts Towers Amphitheater. Enjoy the 42nd Annual Watts Towers Day of the Drum Festival on September 28th and the 47th Annual Simon Rodeo Watts Towers Jazz Festival on Sunday, September 29th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. For more information, visit wattstowers.org/events. And that's a look at some things to do.
Every day, over 100 Americans die from secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke in children can cause asthma, ear infections, and increased risk of sudden infant death syndrome. Go to smokefreehomesla.com. Learn how you can protect your home from secondhand smoke.
Los Angeles City Sanitation and Environment, LA SAN, invites Angelinos to learn more about the benefits of home composting and gardening. According to LA SAN, home composting reduces waste, builds healthier soil, conserves water, and helps to improve plant growth in your garden. The workshops are taught by a team of rotating LA SAN green waste specialists, and they teach how to turn kitchen scraps and yard trimmings into nutrient-rich soil. Workshops are held at locations around the city and offer free mulch and compost to attendees while supplies last. LA SAN workshops are free to attend, however, registration is required. For more information, go to the Education and Sustainability tab at lacitysan.org. The Los Angeles Public Library is celebrating Banned Books Week from September 22nd to the 28th. Since 1982, Banned Books Week has brought together book authors, educators, publishers, and readers in shared support of the freedom to seek and express ideas. According to the American Library Association, there were 1,247 demands to censor library books and resources in 2023, one of the highest numbers in 20 years of collecting data. LA Public Library is featuring books that have been targeted for removal or restriction under the 2024 theme, Read Between the Lines. Throughout 2024, LA Public Library is making a selection of the most challenged books available to anyone in the United States ages 13 and up. For more information, visit lapl.org/ban. Los Angeles World Airports, LAWA, is set to receive federal funds from the U.S. Department of Transportation to improve its airports at LA and Van Nuys. Under the Airport Improvement Program, Los Angeles International Airport, LAX, will secure $39 million, while Van Nuys will get over $18 million. At LAX, funds will be used to insulate 400 homes affected by noise and to buy zero-emission battery electric buses. At Van Nuys, the grants will be used to reconstruct a taxiway and implement the airport's decarbonization. To find out more about the work of LAX and Van Nuys airports, visit lawa.org. The number one cause of preventable death after injury is bleeding. Someone who is severely bleeding can bleed to death in as little as 5 minutes. Minutes count, and your LAFD thanks you for learning how to stop the bleed by following the ABCs. If someone has an injury with blood spurting out of the wound, clothing soaked in blood, bleeding that won't stop, or loss of any part of an arm or leg, you need to act quickly. The first step is A for alert. Have someone call 911. The next step is B for bleeding. Locate the bleeding injury and remove any clothing covering the area so you can see the injury. The final step is C, compress. If the injury is to the leg or arm, prepare to use the tourniquet. Unwrap the tourniquet and apply it 2 to 3 inches above the wound. Do not place the tourniquet onto a joint. Go above the joint if necessary. Pull the free end of the tourniquet and wrap it until it is tight. Wind the windlass until the bleeding stops. Secure the windlass in place. Note the time the tourniquet was applied and write it down, if you can, or tell first responders when they arrive.
Los Angeles City Council.
Here's what's happening in LA this week.
This is LA Currents.
I call on our city to not just dream of the LA we want, but to participate in making the dream come true.
offices of Council District 10 on Western Avenue for the Tom LaBonge Day of Service, taking place on Saturday, September 28th at 8:30 a.m. For more information, see the calendar at civilandhumanrights.lacity.gov. Join LA's Public Library for the 6th Annual Los Angeles Libros Festival on Saturday, September 28th. The festival is a full day of entertainment featuring Spanish language and bilingual storytelling with 11 countries represented. Join Libros host, Los Angeles writer and journalist Gustavo Arellano at the Central Library for all the festivities. Enjoy musical performances, art, workshops, author readings, and read-alouds. There are 30 events in all, featuring 22 authors and illustrators. It's fun for all the family at the Los Angeles Libros Festival, taking place on Saturday, September 28th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. For more information, visit lapl.org/Libros. The City of Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs and the Friends of Watts Towers Art Center present a musical weekend on September 28th and 29th with 2 day-long festivals taking place at the world-famous Watts Towers. On Saturday, September 28th, it's the 42nd Annual Watts Towers Day of the Drum Festival, featuring percussive beats from all over the world. Enjoy performances featuring the drums of Africa, Brazil, Japan, and Peru. On Sunday, September 29th, it's the 47th Annual Simon Rodeo Watts Towers Jazz Festival with live music in every style from R&B and West Coast hip-hop to jungle jazz and everything in between. There will be children's activities each day at the Charles Mingus Youth Arts Center and a food court available at the Watts Towers Amphitheater. Enjoy the 42nd Annual Watts Towers Day of the Drum Festival on September 28th and the 47th Annual Simon Rodeo Watts Towers Jazz Festival on Sunday, September 29th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. For more information, visit wattstowers.org/events. And that's a look at some things to do.
Every day, over 100 Americans die from secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke in children can cause asthma, ear infections, and increased risk of sudden infant death syndrome. Go to smokefreehomesla.com. Learn how you can protect your home from secondhand smoke.
Los Angeles City Sanitation and Environment, LA SAN, invites Angelinos to learn more about the benefits of home composting and gardening. According to LA SAN, home composting reduces waste, builds healthier soil, conserves water, and helps to improve plant growth in your garden. The workshops are taught by a team of rotating LA SAN green waste specialists, and they teach how to turn kitchen scraps and yard trimmings into nutrient-rich soil. Workshops are held at locations around the city and offer free mulch and compost to attendees while supplies last. LA SAN workshops are free to attend, however, registration is required. For more information, go to the Education and Sustainability tab at lacitysan.org. The Los Angeles Public Library is celebrating Banned Books Week from September 22nd to the 28th. Since 1982, Banned Books Week has brought together book authors, educators, publishers, and readers in shared support of the freedom to seek and express ideas. According to the American Library Association, there were 1,247 demands to censor library books and resources in 2023, one of the highest numbers in 20 years of collecting data. LA Public Library is featuring books that have been targeted for removal or restriction under the 2024 theme, Read Between the Lines. Throughout 2024, LA Public Library is making a selection of the most challenged books available to anyone in the United States ages 13 and up. For more information, visit lapl.org/ban. Los Angeles World Airports, LAWA, is set to receive federal funds from the U.S. Department of Transportation to improve its airports at LA and Van Nuys. Under the Airport Improvement Program, Los Angeles International Airport, LAX, will secure $39 million, while Van Nuys will get over $18 million. At LAX, funds will be used to insulate 400 homes affected by noise and to buy zero-emission battery electric buses. At Van Nuys, the grants will be used to reconstruct a taxiway and implement the airport's decarbonization. To find out more about the work of LAX and Van Nuys airports, visit lawa.org. The number one cause of preventable death after injury is bleeding. Someone who is severely bleeding can bleed to death in as little as 5 minutes. Minutes count, and your LAFD thanks you for learning how to stop the bleed by following the ABCs. If someone has an injury with blood spurting out of the wound, clothing soaked in blood, bleeding that won't stop, or loss of any part of an arm or leg, you need to act quickly. The first step is A for alert. Have someone call 911. The next step is B for bleeding. Locate the bleeding injury and remove any clothing covering the area so you can see the injury. The final step is C, compress. If the injury is to the leg or arm, prepare to use the tourniquet. Unwrap the tourniquet and apply it 2 to 3 inches above the wound. Do not place the tourniquet onto a joint. Go above the joint if necessary. Pull the free end of the tourniquet and wrap it until it is tight. Wind the windlass until the bleeding stops. Secure the windlass in place. Note the time the tourniquet was applied and write it down, if you can, or tell first responders when they arrive.
of your Los Angeles City Council.
Here's what's happening in LA this week.
This is LA Currents.
I call on our city to not just dream of the LA we want, but to participate in making the dream come true.
service, and everyone is invited to join the city in celebrating the man who was known as Mr. LA. Former council member LaBonge was dedicated to civil service, and he is honored with this annual day of service. Join community members for a cleanup taking place along Western Avenue around Pico Boulevard. Bring your reusable water bottle, wear comfortable clothing, and don't forget to register for this community event. Meet at the offices of Council District 10 on Western Avenue for the LaBonge Day of Service, taking place on Saturday, September 28th at 8:30 a.m. For more information, see the calendar at civilandhumanrights.lacity.gov. Join LA's Public Library for the 6th Annual Los Angeles Libros Festival on Saturday, September 28th. The festival is a full day of entertainment featuring Spanish language and bilingual storytelling with 11 countries represented. Join Libros host, Los Angeles writer and journalist Gustavo Arellano at the Central Library for all the festivities. Enjoy musical performances, art, workshops, author readings, and read-alongs. There are 30 events in all featuring 22 authors and illustrators. It's fun for all the family at the Los Angeles Libros Festival, taking place on Saturday, September 28th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. For more information, visit lapl.org/Libros. The City of Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs and the Friends of Watts Towers Art Center present a musical weekend on September 28th and 29th with 2 day-long festivals taking place at the world-famous Watts Towers. On Saturday, September 28th, it's the 42nd Annual Watts Towers Day of the Drum Festival, featuring percussive beats from all over the world. Enjoy performances featuring the drums of Africa, Brazil, Japan, and Peru. On Sunday, September 29th, it's the 47th Annual Simon Rodeo Watts Towers Jazz Festival, with live music in every style from R&B and West Coast hip-hop to jungle jazz and everything in between. There will be children's activities each day at the Charles Mingus Arts Center and a food court available at the Watts Towers Amphitheater. Enjoy the 42nd Annual Watts Towers Day of the Drum Festival on September 28th and the 47th Annual Simon Rodeo Watts Towers Jazz Festival on Sunday, September 29th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. For more information, visit watts.org/events. And that's a look at some things to do.
Every day, over 100 Americans die from secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke in children can cause asthma, ear infections, and increased risk of sudden infant death syndrome. Go to smokefreehomesla.com. Learn how you can protect your home from secondhand smoke.
Los Angeles City Sanitation and Environment, LA SAN, invites Angelinos to learn more about the benefits of home composting and gardening. According to LA SAN, home composting reduces waste, builds healthier soil, conserves water, and helps to improve plant growth in your garden. The workshops are taught by a team of rotating LA SAN green waste specialists, and they teach how to turn kitchen scraps and yard trimmings into nutrient-rich soil. Workshops are held at locations around the city and offer free mulch and compost to attendees while supplies last. LA SAN workshops are free to attend, however, registration is required. For more information, go to the Education and Sustainability tab at lacitysan.org. The Los Angeles Public Library is celebrating Banned Books Week from September 22nd to the 28th. Since 1982, Banned Books Week has brought together book authors, educators, publishers, and readers in shared support of the freedom to seek and express ideas. According to the American Library Association, there were 1,247 demands to censor library books and resources in 2023, one of the highest numbers in 20 years of collecting data. LA Public Library is featuring books that have been targeted for removal or restriction under the 2024 theme, Freed Between the Lines. Throughout 2024, LA Public Library is making a selection of the most challenged books available to anyone in the United States ages 13 and up. For more information, visit lapl.org/ban. Los Angeles World Airports, LAWA, is set to receive federal funds from the U.S. Department of Transportation to improve its airports at LA and Van Nuys. Under the Airport Improvement Program, Los Angeles International Airport, LAX, will secure $39 million, while Van Nuys will get over $18 million. At LAX, funds will be used to insulate 400 homes affected by noise and to buy zero-emission battery electric buses. At Van Nuys, the grants will be used to reconstruct a taxiway and implement the airport's decarbonization. To find out more about the work of LAX and Van Nuys airports, visit lawa.org. The #1 cause of preventable death after injury is bleeding. Someone who is severely bleeding can bleed to death in as little as 5 minutes. Minutes count, and your LAFD thanks you for learning how to stop the bleed by following the ABCs. If someone has an injury with blood spurting out of the wound, clothing soaked in blood, bleeding that won't stop, or loss of any part of an arm or leg, you need to act quickly. The first step is A for alert. Have someone call 911. The next step is B for bleeding. Locate the bleeding injury and remove any clothing covering the area so you can see the injury. The final step is C, compress. If the injury is to the leg or arm, prepare to use the tourniquet. Unwrap the tourniquet and apply it 2 to 3 inches above the wound. Do not place the tourniquet onto a joint. Go above the joint if necessary. Pull the free end of the tourniquet and wrap it until it is tight. Wind the windlass until the bleeding stops. Secure the windlass in place. Note the time the tourniquet was applied and write it down, if you can, or tell first responders when they arrive.
Los Angeles City Council.
Here's what's happening in LA this week.
This is LA Currents.
I call on our city to not just dream of the LA we want, but to participate in making the dream come true.
invited to join the city in celebrating the man who was known as Mr. LA. Former council member Tom LaBonge was dedicated to civil service, and he is honored with this annual day of service. Join community members for a cleanup taking place along Western Avenue in Crown Pico, California. Bring your reusable water bottle, comfortable clothing, and don't forget to register for this community event. Meet at the offices of Council District 10 on Western Avenue for the Tom LaBonge Day of Service, taking place on Saturday, September 28th at 8:30 a.m. For more information, see the calendar at civilandhumanrights.lcity.org. Join LA's Public Library for the 6th Annual Los Angeles Libros Festival on Saturday, September 28th. The festival is a full day of entertainment featuring Spanish language and bilingual storytelling with 11 countries represented. Join Libros host, Los Angeles writer and journalist Gustavo Arellano at the Central Library for all the festivities. Enjoy musical performances, art, workshops, author readings, and read-alouds. There are 30 events in all, featuring 22 authors and illustrators. It's fun for all the family at the Los Angeles Libros Festival, taking place on Saturday, September 28th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. For more information, visit lapl.org/Libros. The City of Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs and the Friends of Watts Towers Art Center present a musical weekend on September 28th and 29th with 2 day-long festivals taking place at the world-famous Watts Towers. On Saturday, September 28th, it's the 42nd Annual Watts Towers Day of the Drum Festival, featuring percussive beats from all over the world. Enjoy performances featuring the drums of Africa, Brazil, Japan, and Peru. On Sunday, September 29th, it's the 47th Annual Simon Rodia Watts Towers Jazz Festival with live music in every style from R&B and West Coast hip-hop to jungle jazz and everything in between. There will be children's activities each day at the Charles Mingus Youth Arts Center and a food court available at the Watts Towers Amphitheater. Enjoy the 42nd Annual Watts Towers Day of the Drum Festival on September 28th and the 47th Annual Simon Rodia Watts Towers Jazz Festival on Sunday, September 29th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. For more information, visit wattstowers.org/events. And that's a look at some things to do.
Every day, over 100 Americans die from secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke in children can cause asthma, ear infections, and increased risk of sudden infant death syndrome. Go to smokefreehomesla.com. Learn how you can protect your home from secondhand smoke.
All right, it seems like we're back in open session. Can we call the roll?
Blumenfield, De Leon, Hurst, Dawson, Hernandez, Hutt, Krikorian, Lee, McOsker, Padilla, Park, Price, Rahman, Rodriguez, Soto, Martinez, Yaroslavsky. 14 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
All right, anything to report out of closed session, Mr. City Attorney?
No, Mr. President, there's nothing to report out of closed session.
All right, what's next before the council?
Mr. President, council has motions for posting and referral.
They are posted and referred.
The desk is clear.
All right, announcements, members. Mr. McOsker?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want to call to our public's attention that today, September 25th, is the National Day of Remembrance for homicide victims. During the National Day of Remembrance for homicide victims, advocates and community members throughout our community commemorate murder victims and surviving family members. The day also honors the work of organizations that provide services, including support, advocacy, and counseling for families, individuals, and communities coping with homicide-related deaths. The Department of Justice's Victims Services Office supports community-based organizations that provide crisis response, emotional support, advocacy, and counseling for families, individuals, and communities. I know we have organizations like this throughout all our districts, but I just want to lift up the work of LaWanda Hawkins, Justice for Murdered Children in my district, and Kathy Familetti, who is also the president of our local chapter of Parents of Murdered Children. And the work that they do is really transformative for the families that have been through this horrific tragedy, supporting them through trials, through counseling, through school issues. And I know that everyone in this work is acknowledged today and thanked for the important healing that they give to the families in our communities that have suffered this most heinous disaster. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. McOsker. Before I call on Mr. Lee, there's a request to send item number 40 forthwith, without objection. Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you haven't guessed yet, or if anybody's still up at committee, that the Public Works Committee has been canceled today, and that we will have another meeting real soon.
All right, Public Works Committee canceled today. Mr. Blumenfield.
Budget Committee obviously has been delayed. It was supposed to be at 2:30. We will meet at 3:15, and I would ask members to be prompt at 3:15.
All right, any other announcements? All right, I'll ask everyone in the chambers to rise for adjourning motions. Any adjourning motions to my right? Any adjourning motions to my left? Seeing none, we are adjourned.